Yo, am I live? I'm live. Let's see. Let me see. Welcome to Black Man Unfiltered, hosted by your boy, Freezy. No captivity with Freezy. And let me see who all in here. We got world class in here. Oh, we got my boy Ronan in the building.
What's up, man?
We live, Ronan. I ain't on my phone. We live right now?
It look like we live.
Okay, FMP Ronan in the building. We got world class in the building. We got a good show. Okay, how you doing, Dedrick? I never met you before, bro.
What's good, partner? How you feeling today?
I'm good, man. Dedrick Brockington Sr.
Yes, sir.
So I'm guessing you got a junior too?
Yes, sir. 21
Okay,
years old, 6'4".
Oh, Lord. Oh, that's what's up. We still waiting on some more guys to come on in. They coming in slow. Some of them on CPT time. So y'all, kind of bear with us a little bit. But
I'm here, but we're working the back end, all right?
Okay, we got David. We got David on. He's Dr. Frankenstein in the back. And we're gonna get this show started, man. So let me see. Let me click on. Okay, there we go. So as you can see, the title of the show is "It Ever Okay for a Man to Match the Energy of a Disrespectful Woman?" But we're not gonna get into that yet. First, I want to ask Ronan. Oh, Ronan ain't can. Okay, Ronan, man, how your week been, man? It's Friday, thank God. How everything been going for you, bro? Is it been bad, good, in between? Let us know what's going on with your week so far.
Started off bad, but I said like I'm still resilient, so weekend's still fresh. So
spoken like a real man right there, boy. Spoken like a real man. What about you, Dedrick? How your week been going, bro?
It's been busy, bro. It's been busy. I'm trying to get these cookie sales and these promotions and stuff like that. I have a cookie business, so I'm just trying to get some more sales, get that up, and because we're trying to build a house, and you got to get that money.
What kind of cookie?
Oh, you got a cookie business. Oh, so what's the name of your cookie business for everybody in the chat?
Mr. Craves Cookies. You can find me on IG at Mr. Craves Cookies. And you can also visit my site at themrcravescookies.com. But yeah, CRAVES.
Okay, we got some mods in the chat. Dedrick said MrCravesCookies.com. I said it right, Dedrick.
Yeah, well, the Mr. Craves Cookies. And then on IG it's at Mr. Craves Cookies.
The MrCravesCookies.com and on IG at Mr. Crave Cookies. Man, y'all make sure y'all put my boy information in the chat. All right. We all about supporting black businesses for real.
I appreciate y'all, man.
So yeah, my week been okay too, man. I hurt my knee. I work out 3 days a week. I don't know. I hurt some part of my knee. I ain't no good right now. I'm getting old, y'all. I'm getting real old. But yeah, so y'all pray for me. And hopefully I'll be all right in about a couple weeks. But
you said a couple weeks.
Yeah, I hurt my knee real bad, man. I don't know, man.
Okay. Fair
I need to
enough.
go to what is called the orthodontist. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Orthopedist or orthodontist. One of those. Orthopedist. Yeah, exactly. So I got a video queued up that we're gonna actually do a reaction to that's actually going into the title of the show. But I'm trying to wait for some more guys to come on in. Let me see what else. What I seen something earlier this week. It was a clip. Oh, we got Dusto. Dusto, you hear me? Okay, he ain't counted up yet. Yeah. So he just. Do you hear me? He was about to say something.
I believe we do. Okay, I see it.
We can't hear you, Dusto.
I wasn't speaking. I just got on. I wasn't speaking.
When I say, can you hear me, man? Say something. That's just manners. God damn.
I couldn't hear you.
Come on, you gotta listen to your grandma, man. You remember what your grandma used to say when people speak to you and going on? So okay, let me see. So I don't know if y'all seen there's a clip that went viral with Tony the Closer. I don't know if everybody's familiar with Tony the Closer, but he just went viral because he let Tasha K have it. And we're gonna review this clip because don't too many people get the best of Tasha K when it comes to clap backing. All right. And I think that's the main reason why Tony the Closer went viral, because he's been taking a lot of L's in these YouTube. I hear an echo. Okay, yeah, that was Dedrick. Tony the Closer been taking a lot of L's in these YouTube streets, but he finally got him a W with, ironically, Tasha K. But I see my boy JT, my brother from another mother, he just joined the party. JT, can you hear me?
I got you, homie. I'm about to cam up in a few minutes, man. I got to get my Saturday night special. My Friday night special together right quick.
Okay.
I'm gonna join you guys in a few minutes.
Okay, no problem. Okay, no problem. So, yeah, Tony the Closer, he caught him a W, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys know the video I'm talking about. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was an IG video. I think it was an IG live. World Class say W. Real talk, he did. And he actually surprised me because guess what? This is perfect. Tony the Closer is a real docile type of dude. He don't really get crunk a lot. Not that I've seen him, but I haven't really been up on Tony the Closer for a long time. I just really got introduced to him in these YouTube streets probably a month ago. My wife, she's a big Tasha K fan, and she says that Tony the Closer and Tasha K have been affiliated for a long time. I don't know the history, okay? But like I said, just to go ahead and give a quick synopsis of why they was beefing, because I think we got enough guys on the panel to go ahead and get the show rolling. So Tony the Closer felt disrespected by Tasha K, right? She took a shot at his wife. She body shamed his wife. And also, she took a shot at his sexual preference, basically calling him the F word, Faggot. And he took big offense to that. Like any man would, it's not unheard of for a man to kind of, get offended. It's not unheard of for a real masculine man, per se, to get offended with anyone that challenges your sexuality when you know who you are, and they know who you are, And also, I don't know if Tony the Closer is married or if that's just his girlfriend, but I think his significant other is named Nicole. And Tasha K went in on Nicole, her and her assistant Chelsea. So now let me ask you guys. I'm pretty sure, nobody's on this panel. Well, I don't know Dedrick like that, but most of us aren't new on these YouTube streets, and we've seen a lot of blow-ups. Okay, and I don't want to focus on the women. Today's show is on the men and their composure, and a man keeping his decorum, right, in these spaces. Now, what's your views? And this is my question to you guys. What's your views as far as being in these spaces, understanding the hostile climate that it can actually get to? Do you think men in these spaces have a duty to keep a certain level of decorum, no matter what happens, no matter what is said to them, no matter what kind of disrespect is thrown out? Okay, especially all of us are older, right? Before we keep going, I got to get to my brothers, JT, and we got Mr. Bennett in the building. JT, how has your week been, my brother? Has it been good to you?
My week has been very well, man. I'm up here amongst the living, brother. I can't complain about nothing else. You know what I'm saying? Everything else is work. That's it.
You ain't never lied, for real. You said some real stuff just then.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, my? Every time you show up, I just feel like it's civilization somewhere around.
Appreciate it.
How has your week been treating you, my brother?
It's been a grind work-wise. The least thing I worry about is the wife and the fam. They keep things down, so I could just kind of pour myself into work. I'm still on the clock now, as a matter of fact, trying to do some mathematical problems. So they allow me to be my best self, and I can really focus myself there. So look, life is good here. The less drama for us, the better. And so it is what it is, man. But no complaints here.
That's awesome, man. I'm glad to see you guys. All you guys are doing well. I haven't gotten to Dusto. Seems like he's still kind of caught up or whatever, but we're gonna keep the show rolling. So my question again to the panel: do we have a duty as men? Because we can say this is somewhat. I don't know exactly if BMU classifies himself as straight up manosphere. But we can pretty much, it's pretty much safe to say that we are a part of the manosphere in some of these spaces that most of us run into each other in. Do you think as men that we have a duty to always keep our decorum under any environment, no matter how hostile it is? And I'm going to go to Dedrick. I'm going to let Dedrick answer that question first, and then we're just going to go around. What do you think, Dedrick? Do you think we just have we have a duty to keep our decorum, no matter how hostile, no matter how disrespectful the we lost Dedrick. We lost Dedrick.
Okay. I'm here.
Okay, yeah. No matter how disrespectful, no matter how hostile the environment is in these spaces, do we have a duty to keep our decorum? What do you think, as men?
As men, to an extent, but we're also human. One thing you have to understand is that when you say no matter what, we have to draw the line somewhere in the concrete. We have to draw the line, because if we continue to allow disrespect, I do believe we need to maintain a particular amount of decorum. Yes, I do, because you have to understand we can't call ourselves grown men and behave like emotional toddlers. We can't do that. You understand? Because the bottom line is leadership. Because we have to demonstrate what it is that we expect. We have to demonstrate what it is that we expect. We can't sit there and expect respect when we don't demonstrate respect. But when you have individuals that's coming out of pocket and reckless out of their mouths, sometimes when you just sit there and you're calm, it calms them. Sometimes you have to control the narrative when it comes to emotional stability, because sometimes when you react on an emotional level with them, you're not that much better than they are. You can't really tell them anything because you don't have any emotional control yourself.
Okay. I understand exactly what you're saying. So we're gonna go to Mr. Bennett right next to you. We ain't gonna waste no time. Mr. Bennett, do you think that under any condition, that men in this environment, in the manosphere, I'm just gonna say manosphere just for kicks and giggles, right? Do you think that men in these spaces have a duty in the manosphere to keep their decorum no matter what, no matter how much disrespect is thrown out, no matter how hostile the space is? What do you think about that?
I think a lot of it is about what you come into the space with. What are you trying to do in the space? Some of these folks in the space are just absolute disruptors. They're there to throw bombs in a room, and they're just there to mess stuff up. And but if you want to have a productive, if you're trying to build, if you're trying to have a constructive dialogue, if you're trying to build a bridge, there's a platform before 2019 really didn't blow up the way that it did. Now, we have men communicating on so many levels, sharing, not only in the public, but also in the back, the relationships that have been formed. So I think that this can be indeed a very positive place to build that kind of connection and be constructive. But short answer is yes, absolutely. And I've seen guys who come off, see, a lot of it depends on your image also. If you're trying to come off as one of these intellectual, my man's showing a collection now. If you're trying to come off as one of these intellectual, smooth, suave type of guys, and you get into the woods, you get into the weeds with somebody who's not about that, and you just become totally undone, how are you going to go back to your smooth image? I don't want to mention any names, but I know one guy in particular, he comes off as very suave, very debonair, and he got into it with some guy from Chicago or whatever, and then he tried to go back the next day with being Mr. Suave. And I'm like, you've already been exposed already. You don't, that persona that you're trying to build is gone. You already said, we already saw who you truly were, or certainly where you can go. And so that doesn't miss. So a lot of it's about your image. Now, also, like myself, like I don't have a handle. I don't have a like what you see here is kind of who I am. So, so for me, I got business interests, I got job interests. If I do go off the handle and get into it with somebody, the way information is passed now, people can pull that video up, and that can mean a lot of things for me that I don't intend. So it's certainly for me, I have an interest because again, I don't have behind the screen, not hating on anybody who does. You have your own reasons for protecting yourself, like Brother Hink always says. But the way you carry yourself, if you want to be transparent, then I think you certainly owe it to yourself, because it's not only you. Then what about the people who the people who know you, your kids, your wife? What are they going to have to deal with from from you getting out of hand? And then the last thing is scripture kept saying something about you don't cast pearls before swine. So for me, I'm not, any conversations that are going to go to that garbage level. I'm just going to not be in that conversation. And so I just bow out. And especially, now if you're talking about, I don't know if you're just about just people in general, but I know with women, more times than not, I found that the most effective thing is simply just not engaged. When they want to bring up that heat and they want to get into it with you, just leaving the situation or walking away from it. They hate, for a lot of them, that's like the worst thing you can do to them. Is to simply just walk away from the conversation. So you have to, you be about that as well. So I think on all those levels, I think, yes, you definitely owe it to yourself. But, to the earlier point, I mean, people are human. Anyone can have an expletive moment, but it shouldn't rule you. It shouldn't dominate you, or you shouldn't because happened to that guy earlier, when he got twisted, then it's like he became a target. Like all the sharks started circling. It's like, oh, we can prick you like that. So, okay. So then someone else, they have now they got a reason to come in and start poking at you as well. So again, when you show that side of yourself, again, people don't come in here with the best intentions, and they can take advantage of that. So yeah, as best as you can, you be the thermostat in the room, not the thermometer, and you set the temperature as much as you can.
Mr. Bennett, you said something very interesting about, your family might be watching, your wife or your son or your daughter, right? Especially your son. I think we're going to touch on that. We're gonna touch on that later as well, because you kind of hit a caveat with that as well. But that was very interesting. We're going to go up top from the boy Ronan. Ronan, you heard the question, man. Under any circumstances, should a man actually keep his composure and his decorum? I mean, I don't care what somebody say. I'm talking about they can shoot from the hip. And do you have a duty as a man to keep your decorum? I don't care how bad the disrespect is. What do you think?
I think more than anything, it's paramount that we exercise masculine mastery, and we're well versed in how we think, how we express ourselves, and basically our respect. So it goes in reading the room and understanding yourself. Sometimes you can use some sarcastic surgery. If you see the opponent, saying what they're saying, and then you sit there, you gut them, you throw them to the masses. Other times you can basically abuse them with silence, ignoring them, because some people want attention. I can say some very clever things. I've called people living abortions. I call people, a walking miscarriage. I've said all kind of dark things, but when it comes down to it, it goes understanding where you're at in respect to your panel or yourself, and then not to take things too personal. Because some people exercise keyboard courage, knowing damn well when they see you in person, that whole energy isn't there. But I always tell people, don't ask for smoke if you got asthma.
Don't ever smoke if you got asthma. Okay?
Yeah, no, write that down.
I do. We're about to go. We're about to go to JT next, but I want to add this too, just to spice it up a little bit. Let's just keep in mind, gentlemen, people do have triggers that we might not even know about, right? I mean, things can get like, listen, some things somebody can say, especially when men are dealing with men, because men tend to have a little bit more bass in their voice than women do. I mean, most women, we know some women in these spaces got a lot of bass in their voice, but we ain't gonna go there. But JT, under any circumstances, dog, I'm talking about, I don't care what level of disrespect this person dishes out to you. And listen, I know I've been knowing you for a while now in these spaces. I know you're a man of standard. Do you think that men in these spaces, more specifically, the manosphere, have a duty to keep their composure and decorum under any circumstances, no matter how hostile or disrespectful the other party may get in this space?
I think that that should be our standard. However, shit can go south because we men. You can only take so much. However, even in these spaces, you have to make some choices. Sometimes you may have to just get off the platform when it gets too hot, because you don't want to lose your cool to the point where you're the one looking like a fool. However, when you're in these spaces, say if you're hosting, you got all the power. So instead of trying to do it for likes, because some people, they get into it with other people and it's not about their emotions taking over. It's the fact that they know that they can get, some people to look, some people to see what's going on with the the discourse that they're having with the other person, and they do it for likes or whatever. But when it comes down to us having decorum, yes, I think we should at all times be able to have that type of restraint, that we just don't go off the handle. However, when smoke is there, sometimes you just got to let somebody know what's happening. We men. So it's the same thing that even if it was like when we are not just talking over these devices, if we was talking in person, one of the things that we as men already understand that if you having some strong discourse with another man, that there's always a possibility that it can go and get where you guys are throwing these hands, or possibly throwing hot rocks, and somebody can get hurt really bad, or it can be fatalities that's involved. So that's one of the things that keep us as men at a level where if it's going to be some type of heated argument, we understand that it can only go so far, and we're going to eventually have to cool it down. That's why the whole world needs to surround themselves by men that speaks that way, because when people start getting out of hand, you got other men that'll say, hey man, we need to cool this down. We see what happens when you have men that, for instance, you'll see a lot of women fighting now, right? What do you see men doing now? They're putting it on video, laughing or whatever. Somebody end up getting ran over by a car, stabbed or whatever. They didn't have any men to protect them. We're the protectors. We even protect that. The thing is that we protect ourselves. And one of the biggest parts of us protecting ourselves is to being cognizant of our surroundings, being able to read the room, being able to understand that if I'm in this discourse with this gentleman right here, if I don't want to smoke, I gotta start cooling this shit down. Start letting my logic lead and not my emotions lead. Because if we both are heated, it's gonna go south. And we destroy. When men feel like their back is up against the wall, we will destroy. So I think that definitely is a practice that we have to strive to get to. Even when we do lose it, at some point we have to bring ourselves back and say, you know what? I apologize for going off the handle or whatever. I mean, you see it in our space a lot. You know what I'm saying? We get heated with one another, and then at some point we'll just be like, you know what, man? All right, now that I'm cooler, you know, my bad. So, you know, we do. If we don't do it, who else is gonna do it? Who else gonna do it?
That's still the most amazing thing I've seen in these spaces, man. I mean, I've seen brothers go. I'm like, man, you know. But then we hug it out at the end of the day. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. Not always, but more times than not, you know. That's we still can offer that grace to one another. So that's just, you know, that's why I'm here. Yeah. That's why I love being in this environment.
Yes, sir.
You know, that's how you know that there's mutual respect there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because if there's no respect, then it would just go off the handle, and there it would stay.
I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. Every answer I've heard tonight so far has been a good answer, but they've been different. I'm telling you, Dedrick made sense, Mr. Bennett made sense, Ronan made sense, and JT made sense. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna keep it going. First off, Information Man, how you doing, my brother?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Great show. Much respect to all the gentlemen on the panel.
And I got smoke for you too, Information Man.
You got smoke for me?
Yeah, talking about my mayor like that. That's messed up, man. I saw your show. I told you I watch your content.
Yeah, but your mayor
talking about my mayor like that.
Your mayor need to watch what he's saying.
Yes, he does.
When I'm
messing with you. I'm messing with you.
No. I'm not taking it personal.
Yeah,
no,
I agree.
I would say this to you. You probably know more about him than me. So you got more right to be able to speak to the man himself than I do.
I'm glad you put it out there.
I'm
glad you put it out there.
Well, I don't discriminate. I'm gonna get everybody that needs to be gotten. I would say personally on the YouTube streets and just in general, as a man, what makes us a man and what separates us from women should be our ability to control our emotions, have some restraint, and to think logical at all times, since females have more of the emotional wire set in them. So because they know that we're either stronger than them physically and we maybe have a deeper voice, it seems like God played a little trick on us and balanced it out, because God gave women the gift of gab. So women can say things to you that can strike you down emotionally sometimes as a man and trigger you, because women know some women, not all women, but some women know just what buttons to push. We as men need to realize what our buttons are and understand how we can restrain ourselves from not losing our cool and becoming overly emotional with dueling with women, because they've got a mouth, they've got that gift of gab, and they can cut you like a knife with the words that come out of their mouth. So I would say use restraint. I would say stay away, especially on YouTube, stay away from panels where you know that there's ladies who are looking to push your buttons and cause a ruckus, that you can't have a calm, collective, intelligent conversation with. But that's the position I have. I mean, people are going to push your buttons. It's just how you behave and how you deal with it. But I don't think we should allow people to step on us. We still should stand up for ourselves as a man when you're being disrespected. But I would steer away from the arguing back and forth with women, because there's no winner in it.
What about men?
In terms of what, brother?
Well, the initial question was, do you think that under any circumstances, and let's just be honest, let's address the elephant in the room. At some point in time, because I've been on the panels with mostly everybody on the show. At some point in time, every man I know on this show has had to check somebody at one point in time.
Right.
At one point in time. Now I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Mr. Bennett, he pretty much keep it even keel. But Mr. Bennett, he almost had to, but I think he reeled it back in a couple times. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But I think I'll be honest with you, to answer the question very to the point.
Man, do you think under any circumstance, do you think we as men have the duty under any circumstance, no matter how much disrespect is thrown out towards you, do you think you have a duty in this space to never break character, to always keep your decorum?
It's hard for me to say that because it depends on the situation. The situations will dictate your behavior, but I would say for everybody, even when the situation is bad, and this is something that I have to work through for myself too, you got to figure out a way that you can control your emotions. Sometimes you can't. Like, I'll go off on somebody. You've seen me do it. But this is the difference. And maybe I'm being biased here because I'm a man. I think when men argue with each other on panels, maybe I'm being biased here. I don't want to be sexist, but maybe I'm being sexist. I think it's different when men argue with each other versus when you're arguing as a man with a woman. Because men, we kind of grow up playing the dozens as kids. We kind of grow up in a competitive environment. I mean, think about it. I played basketball growing up. You talk shit on the court. So I think we're kind of used to going at each other. But at the end of the day, like the brothers were saying earlier, we can let our emotions come down, let the logic kick in and say, you know what? Sorry about that, brother. We've seen it on this panel and we've seen it. So I think in general, we shouldn't lose our cool. But I think when brothers go at each other, I think it's just a different dynamic because we're competitive. We've been taught to be competitive ever since we could start walking in our neighborhoods, in school. Men compete for everything in this world more than women do. And that's just the nature. I'll stop right there. I'll land my plane there.
Hey, brother, information man. Back to the dozens. You took me back for sure. Do you think that in a lot of ways that is an essential part of development for a man to be in those? I almost feel like you're almost like in a warrior space. Like you're training up young warriors. You got to be able to go out there and take stuff. Take a hit, get up, get knocked down, get up again, or whatnot. Yeah,
it's the closest level to go back to use old school terms. It's the closest level to us catching a lion or spearing somebody, going back to ancestry. Because if we were all living thousands of years ago, we would be hunting and gathering and fighting against different tribes. It's just the truth. So it's innately programmed in us. But we're just doing it in a modern way with the computer or competing in athletics or even in work and job. Come on, let's keep it real. In some ways, we compete for the best women.
Yes.
I mean, when I was in college with my frat brothers and they'd be like, man, let's have a bet right now. Who's going to pull the finest, you know what, in this place tonight? Come on, we've all done it. We've all put some money on the line and said it. Come on. I'll stop right there.
Ronan had his hand up. After Ronan said,
Black David disagree with me.
And then Mandrill. Go ahead, Ronan.
No, what I was saying is like most of us know as men, especially the loudest one in the room, it usually coming with some bitch energy. We know.
That's true. Well, yeah.
It's usually the one that's real quiet, laid back. You tend to understand, leave that person alone. It's about situational awareness. But information man is right. Like growing up, I was an introvert, but when you started getting in the back of the bus. You started roasting people at the lunchroom or something like that. People learn their place and learn to respect your space. So I agree with that.
Appreciate that.
We knew it was going to go down. We said, all right, the session's about to start. And it was just one guy just starting it off. So we went into lunch with the intention that for the next 30 to 45 minutes that we going after everybody. And nothing's off the table. We talk about your mama. We talk about this. We talk about that. We defined the rules, and then it was just someone kicked it off, and it just had an energy of its own. We did that for 3-4 years.
Most definitely.
That's both New York and New Jersey.
How your week been going, Hank?
Now that I got power internet back, I'm good.
All right,
that's what's up. Yeah, I heard y'all power was off for a little second there, but so you heard the question. Did you got a good gist of the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? What's your take on it? You think we should always keep our decorum no matter what is thrown at us in these spaces, specifically on these panels that we be on?
Yeah, I mean it's nothing but words, so words don't mean shit. I mean, I didn't, and I'm glad I got a better understanding because I didn't know if you meant just overall period because I'm thinking in person as well as online, but
Not to cut you off, but I kind of think it's a little different in person because somebody can actually invade your physical space in person. So that's why I wanted to specify YouTube, the panels that we be on, because let's just be honest, words can trigger too. But I want to just ask you, on these spaces, no matter what kind of disrespect is thrown at you, and nobody knows Hink's line. Every man has a line. Even if a man crosses the line with his words, do you think we have a duty to keep our decorum?
A duty? Not in 2023. No, I don't. Because like you said, you don't know everybody's line. I mean, first of all, I'm the type of dude, I don't like to be called the N-word. I don't like to be cussed out. So those are my lines for me. Now will I get disrespectful back? I can, if need be. And do you have the right? I'm not going to tell nobody they don't have the right to do anything they want to do. But should you? No, it's probably not a good look at the end of the day. It's not a good look for you. You know what I'm saying? Like I think Information Trans says, there's no win in this situation. You just getting off your emotions and off your feelings. And at the end of the day, more than likely, as a man, you're going to look worse than this tackhead going to look. But again, they just words, though. It's all about how far you can, you can go or take it or accept it or tolerate it. But again, some of these people you might not want to push because they actually come at you. They don't care if it's just online. Some people will come at you. You never know. So that's why I always be like, man, why do these chicks, they act like it? They act like some people won't lay hands on these, you know what I'm saying? These women are trying to find them or trying to get at them. You never know, man. It's crazy out here. So yeah, you should, as women, you shouldn't put yourself in that situation because now you got to deal with some consequences you may not be ready for. As men, hopefully, men don't get to that point where they allow that to happen. Because now they just gonna start, I tell my son all the time, man, once they find out your weakness, you mentally weak, they're gonna keep coming at you. They're not going to stop. They're gonna find ways to take digs at you, regardless of what the situation is. You come back on the show, it's gonna be one of them women who's gonna, oh yeah, it's him. I remember last time. Let's get our views up. Let's start poking at him. Let's start prodding the bird. And guess what? More than likely, you did it once. More likely, you're gonna do it again because you're gonna oblige them because they're gonna say stuff that they realize that's gonna get you off your square. So
appreciate that, Hing. We're gonna go to the troll master, the biggest troll I know in this space, Dusto. Dusto, some men say an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. In this space, do you think that we as men, in this manosphere space more specifically, you think we have a duty to keep our decorum no matter how bad somebody else disrespect you? No matter how bad. You on mute, bro.
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear.
Yeah, my computer's delayed. It took forever to click the unmute button. Anyway, y'all can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you were thinking too loud.
Oh, cool. Difference of opinions. Here's the deal. It's supposed to be, this is an unregulated space with a whole bunch of unregulated people. They're out of control. The men and the women. That's just what it is. A lot of the dudes, we call this some kind of manosphere, but it's founded on fraud. On telling men, you got to be a man. You got to stand the field. And really all it is, they're telling what you want to hear to go get angry and go yell at a bunch of women. That's the culture of the manosphere. Be mad at the woman, these modern women, yeah, bunch of junk. That's 70% of it. And then the smart people can filter through it and get to 20, 30% of valid information and use it. But most people are dust and crust. Therefore, there are a lot of dust panels that be 300, 500, 700 deep. On the good panels, we had 25, 30 people watching. That tells you dust supersedes. And there ain't even no community, and the people are out of control, and there is no standard in an unregulated space. What do you expect? So how can you hold somebody to a standard that doesn't exist? All you can do is suggest, hey, you should probably conduct yourself like a regular person. Or you should come over with me and join the Trolluminati. But even within the Trolluminati in the trolling 60s, we troll within reason. Kind of, trolling is an actual art. It's not just reckless, just cracking on it, It's actual art to trolling. But if a man really wants to, because let's be real, a whole bunch of men, they're mad because they can't get the woman they want. They're mad because some woman broke their heart in the 60s. They're mad because the white man took his girl, whatever it is. But so you tell a man to be strong, be in your masculine frame, get the loudest microphone that you can get. And when the modern Wigosaurus gets on and says, I don't need no man, yell at the top of your lungs and prove yourself. And what do you get? You get a trophy. You get women blowing up your DMs and saying, oh, that was so masculine. You're on your purpose. Here's some femininity. No, you look like you look like the very modern woman that you just finished yelling at. You just imitated that behavior. And what was the argument over? What about the men? What about the women? These women shouldn't. That's what the whole argument was over. So you're competing with the woman to be the damn woman that you're competing against. It's not fair. They get the benefits. The women get to do it. And you're mad and you're yelling after it. You know what? Just go for it. Then I gotta troll you. You're killing me. That's all I got.
Okay, Drilly, how has your week been, my brother?
Taking it day by day.
Okay, so you heard the question. If you haven't, let me know.
I have not.
Okay, so basically, in these spaces that we're in on YouTube, where all of us meet up, as men, and me and you have had talks offline, about blow-ups and stuff, people have had in these spaces. Do you think as men specifically, that men have a duty to always keep their decorum, always keep their composure, no matter how much disrespect is thrown out to you, even if the other person crosses the line? Do you think we have a duty to keep our composure as men, no matter what?
It depends. Depends on what the occasion calls for. You can't say always, because sometimes the occasion does calls for you to use your anger or fury to settle whatever situation you're in. Sometimes the circumstances call for that. We're all human, so there's no way to stay calm and on an even keel with everything. You know what I'm saying? But you have to look at, I think as men, we have to look at emotions as tools. You got to use the right tool for the job. Now, you guys, largely over this whole year, 99.9% of the time, all you've seen me do is have fun. I just been having fun with people. I really have. But you've all seen the difference too. Like, you'll see, like, there'd be something like these nuggets of these jewels of wisdom that'll come out of me. You know what I'm saying? In the midst of me laughing and making jokes and telling everybody to go fuck themselves and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And I'll say crazy stuff like Ronan says, like your mother should have swallowed you. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. I mean, because he and I both, we're from the military. JT's heard stuff like that too. And JT said stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's us having fun. You know what I mean? But you got people out there who, like, in the audience who have watched these kind of things, and we're having fun, but they think we're being disrespectful towards one another. But that's how men play. It's rough. It is. It's rough. Even verbally, when we're joking around with each other, sometimes it looks like absolute chaos and violence. So a lot of times people don't know what they're looking at. So people get that impression. But to answer your question, it really does depend on the circumstances. But to the one when it says, like the title of the show says, is it ever okay for a man to match the energy of a disrespectful woman? The answer to that question is no. Never do that. The only time, there's no time for that. There really isn't. Because if a woman's being disrespectful, I mean, the best way to get back at her is to just ignore her, because she's doing the disrespect for attention. or because she's pissed off about something. And you're not going to calm her down by escalating the situation. You have to stay calm and talk to her like this, like we're talking now, and just and be intentional, get to the point, the root of the problem, and solve for that. The sooner you do that, and the more you keep a calm head in that situation, then the sooner you can squash the whole situation, But matching a disrespectful woman's energy, I don't think that's ever a good thing.
I don't think we can do it. I think we will surpass it. That's the craziest part. It's like fighting a woman. You're gonna probably try to meet her aggression, but being a man, you can't meet it. You're gonna surpass her aggression.
Yeah, exactly. You as a man, you're gonna take it further than she is. You're right, JT. Yeah. You're gonna go way farther than that. So that's what I'm saying. It's pretty easy. That's why in that situation, when dealing with a woman, stay as calm as you can the whole time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And you have to be intentional about that one. Intentionally try to de-escalate that situation as best you can, as calm as you can. Because as much as she's barking, you liable to bite. You know what I'm saying? She's just barking. Even if she hits you, she's still just barking. She pulls out a weapon, that's a different story. That's self-defense. What you do then is self-defense. But no, you shouldn't. No, don't match a woman's energy, man. Don't do that. It solves nothing.
Right. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Just to keep it 100, right? Before I came in these spaces, I come from a neighborhood where there's a such thing as it's called fighting words, right?
Yeah.
So, when I got on YouTube, I'm gonna just be honest with you, it's a lot of weird ass dudes in these spaces, right? And a lot of these guys, some of the egregious stuff that they say, they would never say it in front of Freeze It. I ain't gonna put all my money on it, but I probably would put 95% on it, right?
That means nothing.
I think let me finish. I know you want to cook, Scam like, but we're gonna go to Black David after me. But I just wanted to say this. I wanted to get in here because all y'all cooking, right? Bruh. When the newest thing that I encountered on YouTube, it don't just be the guy that's disrespecting you. It be his little followers or his little minions. See, it might be 500 people watching, like watching. So it's almost like if you was to take YouTube and put it in real life, it's like this dude, y'all standing in a circle, this dude disrespecting you, and then it's like 500 people watching saying, ooh, man, look. You feel what I'm saying? So I had to get used to that. So most of all y'all know, for the most part, man, I'm a chill dude, right? But I come from a background where it's zero tolerance, right? Zero tolerance in real life. But I understand that the nature of YouTube is different, and I'm training myself. Right? So, being that said, I'm gonna go to Black David. Black David, what's your take on it, man? You work in the back, so I already know you heard everything. What you think? Do you think we have a duty to keep our decorum, no matter what, no matter how bad the disrespect is?
I won't call it a duty. I will call it a responsibility. Let me explain why I say that. I've watched elders who conduct themselves in ways sometimes I'll be thinking like, and not there. They will have the woman raise their voice to a level whereby you want to block his ear. All he did was just sit back, put his hand, watch the woman. Once she done, he asks, are you finished? When she finished, he acts like it never existed. Just brush it off. And I'm trying to figure out how he doing that. And I remember asking these elders, they would have known they're telling me. As a man, the level of responsibility and less of accountability you have is waiting on both shoulders. You can't allow yourself to fall to the level of a female who don't have emotional intelligence. Because when you act a certain way, people are watching. How you move determine what kind of leader you really are. It determines what kind of temperament do you have, what type of strong foundation you have. Because when case for a situation that come to play, you're strong enough to weather the storm and make the sound that will affect the whole community or affect the whole family. Like you were saying, I see a lot of people on YouTube claiming they're alphas. Some more like beta or sigma. I'll be honest, I see real alpha men. Alpha men don't say they're alpha. The real alpha men I've seen, they're like hidden line. They just sit there and watch. You will never know their true strength. They only show when it's necessary. So don't be like imaginary King Kong. They don't do none of that. So as a young guy, I used to be an idiot. But I got to flex. But as you start to look back to the wisdom that the elder gave me over there, I start to look back at, you know what? I can see why they operate the way they operate. But you know why? Take a lot of tricks to control yourself more than let yourself be unleashed. Some of us here were trained to be a weapon. I'm not in the military. But I had some no training at the military people they got to make martial arts, so I was trained to be a weapon. So every now and then I put to pick me up, I put to unleash myself and destroy somebody. Because of what? I want to show my strength. The art I took an oath not to use it to get into no unnecessary fight or I had to protect myself or protect those who behind me. I had to question myself why I got to hold back for so long that I don't understand why. It takes great strength and courage to restrain yourself more than to be a complete idiot. So you want to flex. So you have a lot of fake alphas on YouTube, but in person, they're more like a beta that hold the girl back every now and then. And that's the reality of what I see. So I'm not gonna let nobody egg me in to get to an argument over a platform when I know better than that. If you don't like what I say, use my argument. They're time to attack me. So last year I have certain females try that on the panel. I just laugh about it. I'm like, that's so petty. That's so high school. I used to do this in high school. But now I'm in my 40s. Why would I act like I'm still in high school? I'm trying to ask that question. I know you're 30 in your 40s. And you talk as if you're still stuck in high school. You call yourself a high value man or a high value woman, more like a low value jackass.
Breezy, I got a question for you.
I'm sorry, this 2023, the gloves are off, so you get the roasting, Brooklyn style.
Go ahead, Dusto. I think Black David was concluding, right? Go ahead, Dusto.
I guess you understand that the YouTube space is different.
What you say?
Huh?
What you say? That's what we say down south. Like, yeah, you right. That's what that means.
Yeah.
Okay.
When will people realize that YouTube belongs to the trolls? This is their space. They got home court advantage.
I'm starting to believe you on this, though.
The weapon of choice in YouTube is not, man, if you was in my city. No. Most people should have something better to do than fly all the way out to Memphis and Arizona to look for somebody. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Because you said I was a simp. You should probably have something better to do. The weapon of choice over here is this thing right here. It's called a microphone. And just like Hollywood, the most feared people in Hollywood, they're not the gangsters, they're not the mob. Most people fear comedians because they can really break that ass down. This works the same way. Trolls run this. Sugar Bum ain't never even shown her face and ripped souls of people off of panels. That's talent. I'm just saying, if it's their space, they got home court advantage.
Has she talked on a panel before?
She ain't never been on a panel, but can do damage from the chat and have people break and collapse on panels.
I'm
That's
saying
power.
she might not even be a she, but go ahead. Okay.
And she even got a whole sector, the bounty hunter trolls. They ruthless. You got like 5 feminists, and if you go on some dust pounds, they rip people apart all up in the chat, have them all off their square. That's without grabbing this microphone. Imagine if they grabbed it. I'm just saying.
I would humbly push back because I've got to wonder, for example, Sugar Bomb, who might have a bonnet with thing under the basement, never show her face before daylight. Who knows what she can be? A fake keyboard with 2 keyboards, KVM 3 going back and forth, take one keyboard but to go to the other one. I'm just saying. I would have retarded troll would have chose somebody who worked in a social media company long before she was wearing diapers. I don't know. I'm trying to think. What kind of show will attack someone with a high intelligence or don't attack people with low self-esteem?
But yeah, that's
I'm just asking. Sometimes these trolls could be wearing a map. When they show the face, people had to wear a map to hide their face from them because they're like, oh shoot, that is so ugly.
No, trolling is an art, bro.
I know that art, but
is it
what kind of art
is
it? Yeah, but no, what kind of art is it? What kind of art is it if you ain't got a microphone? You can type all the hell you want to type. But when it comes down to it, if you don't show your face, you get no access. See, that's the only thing. I let me tell you, I've been probably in these streets since about 2013. And I've never, ever let a troll get me off my square. I asked them one thing. Would you like to come up on the panel? They say no. We ain't got nothing else to talk about. You can't disrupt what we got going on here. I got a microphone. All you got is a damn keyboard. The only reason why they got power is because the people are giving them power. The one with the power is the one that's out here making shit happen. The ones that's out here actually getting paid. The ones that's getting a message across. A troll don't get shit across, but they little rocks off. That's all they do. At the end of the day, I've never given a troll any type of power.
What's the purpose? Dusto, what's the purpose for trolling? It might be a dumb question.
Tell the truth.
They just in the audience. Guess what? I'm the one winning because if they're on my platform, guess what I got? I end up getting somebody looking at my shit. They're helping my algorithm.
JT, I asked Dusto this because he said that trolling. Wait, hold on. He said that trolling is an art. Mm-hmm. So he made it sound pretty special. I'm trying to figure out what's the purpose. What is the true purpose for trolling?
They're hecklers.
No. It's fun, Freezy. Like I said, Freezy. You've seen, for the most part, since I've been on YouTube, y'all just see me have fun with the crazy stuff I would say. I'm trolling, and it's fun.
It's art, but you know what's an art? When you control somebody that actually seen you and they know you. Like when I troll Mandrell, when I troll Hink, when I troll, they know me. They understand what's going on. That trolling, because it's all fun. But when you got a you got a stranger that's just in the audience heckling, there's no art to that. The art is you can just on camera.
Right, because you can ignore that person in the chat. That's why, you notice, I don't really pay attention to the chat, ever. No. You know what I'm saying? It's just they're there. Thank you for coming.
Let me tell you this.
But what Freezy said was a good question. What's the purpose for it? If you're trying to have meaningful conversation, why would you do that? Why would you even?
Because they're not trying to have meaningful conversation.
10% of the conversations are meaningful.
But the rest
of talking. Hold on, let him finish.
Yeah, go to the atmospheres that for that. Go to your fight clubs or whatever other. I don't know them other bullshit ass that. Dusto probably know every last one of them. Go to those atmospheres and enjoy yourself. Why bring it over to people or channels who are literally trying to get a message out there, trying to share information, trying to help someone, you know what I'm saying? Maybe even encourage and uplift someone. Why do that? To me, that makes no sense. It just shows how much of a clown you are. I ain't with.
Someone like the Joker, though. You said
Fuck.
clown, but the Joker was that famous line. Some people just want to see the world burn.
You want the answer?
Wait, before you answer that, Dusto, do you care about progress? Do you care about progress on these panels?
Depends on the panel. Are these okay? 90% of the conversations, I can tell you what everyone's about to say before they even click the link. So you tell me if there's really progress.
Because the thing is crazy.
3 days from now,
let Dusto film and let you go, Drilly.
This is okay. I'll give you a perfect.
I want to say something too.
That I can click an auto troll button. I got on a dust panel. There's a host who belongs to the Talking Point Mafia, had a topic, and it was a Justy talking point from 1946. And there was a bunch of men, and it was no, and it was, everything said, these modern women, I was like, oh, I hear y'all talking about these modern women, but if I put one of them up, every one of y'all shift your energy and be ready, armed and ready to sit and fight the modern woman that y'all complain about. 10 minutes later, guess what happened? A woman came up, and there's 8 people yelling at one, and I'm sitting here looking like this. Then the dude's like, hey, man, y'all proving Dusto right. I didn't even have to troll. That's how your productive conversations are really, to be honest. And I've done this more than once.
Let me say this real quick.
Hold on, Black Dad. We're going to go to Drilly. Go ahead, Drilly.
The bottom line is this, man. And I'm going to be honest. It's been a year, this for me, okay? And nobody's learned anything. Maybe 3 people who I don't know. And that's what I'm saying. Maybe 3 people have learned something. I've learned that the people on these panels, for the most part, they don't want a new Black community. They don't want to be better people. They just like talking about it. That's it. They do nothing. They don't do any work. They come back day after day, show after show, panel after panel, and they're the same exact person that they were 12 months ago, if not worse. A lot of them have actually gotten worse. Freezy. So, again, Dusto is right. It's to the point where they're so repetitive. The conversations are the same. The talking points are the same. The responses are the same. The answers are the same. It's like none of them have their own mind. They don't think and reflect and actually analyze data the way they should on their own and come up with their own perspective and their own ideas. Unlike this one, you ask one question, 10 people on the panel, 10 different answers. You go to some other ones who we can name off the top of our head, one person to give one answer, and then it's just a bunch of all that going on. You can't understand a word nobody's saying. Then you ask somebody else, you then ask another person, hey, what do you think? They get the same answer the first person got. You know, right. Nobody gives you their own answer. And no one has, I'm not saying no one, but there's been so little forward movement, that you can hardly ever say there is any, because there really hadn't been. There just hadn't. It's a sad state of affairs, man.
Well, why entertain that bullshit then?
Go ahead, I don't watch those panels, Hank. Not anymore.
If they're not real, why deal with them? I mean, it's just like in real life. Would you deal with somebody fake?
No, and that's why I don't go on those panels.
Don't subscribe. Unsubscribe, matter of fact.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even go to those panels, man.
It's not hard. It's not hard at all. Just don't deal with them.
Hey, Hank, but this is what we were saying earlier. When we learned them dozens. See, in real life, if you was in front of us and you was out there trying to hack and stuff like that, you just called yourself out. It's still the same here. If they show their face, let me tell you, it's some relentless cats out here. You talk about some real trolling, and Information Man can tell you the same thing. These cats will go and do a whole channel off of trolling everybody. Everybody. At least they are getting paid for it or something, or at least trying to get paid off of it. But when you got somebody that's behind a keyboard and all they doing is typing insults, dog, that's nothing. What's good going to come out of that? But I'll tell them in a minute. That's why we tell them, cam up. Let me see where your channel is. Because guess what I can do? I can do a show on your shit. They can't do it because we gonna see they in a wheelchair with a club foot. They got, one ass bigger than the other one. They ain't got no teeth.
Did you say one thing? Wait, JG.
They're knocking people off their square,
I'm gonna let
wait,
hold on, Chip. Information man, he was trying to get in there. I want to be fair to him.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, information man. Go ahead and cook.
I just wanted to say this from the perspective of a content creator. The type of channel that you have and what you talk about and how you develop and produce your content can create a troll problem. So certain types of content or certain types of channels, by default, you're going to create trolls. Mm-hmm. So the purpose of trolling is usually because the person who hides behind the avatar, they really want attention that they did not get in school. They were probably a person in school that nobody cared about, and the trolling is a way to get you off your square. So when they come in your chat room and they start writing stuff or get on your panel and start saying things that don't make sense, the goal is to distract you and get you off of your purpose and your strategies to get you focused on them. They want you to say their name, so you give them name recognition. Then they want you to be completely turned away from your topic and focus on them, and everyone else focus on them. That's the big part of it. They want the attention, and you give them attention, which is why most of your well-known trolls, they like to attack your bigger YouTubers who have a big following, stuff like that, because what they want you to do is say something to them so that they can go back and create a channel and make videos about you, because they can't get any views off of anything else that they do. So they have to make something off of a known person to get people to come over and watch if other people don't like you too, for whatever the reasons.
Information man. So that's a specific type of troll that you're saying, because
yeah, that's stage
not all trolls, right? That's specific.
I don't get on that.
Right, that's specific trolls that want to create content off of you, but in general, trolls, they want your attention. The worst thing you can do is to feed into the distraction by giving them the attention that gets you away from your content. So, like, for example, on my channel, I've got an army of people that are blue ranched up. I don't spend a lot of time saying, hey, that's a troll over there. Soon as someone comes in, I let the parameters be what they are. People can express themselves, but if they're being nasty, you get rid of them. Now, I'm not speaking up and saying, hey, such and such, because that's really what they want. And then certain types of, I'm gonna say this again, certain types of content is attractive to trolls. Yes. I've never really had a trolling problem on my platform, because I do a lot of content that's based in reality that can't be disputed. That's not based in me over here. I'm not doing content where I'm talking about people personally. If you notice, this is where I think people go wrong on YouTube. People spend a lot of time creating channels where they're beefing with someone. Then they beef with people on panels, and then that person doesn't like you, so they go make a video about you. That's part of the problem. If you could just focus on real content, stay away from the personal beef with individuals, you will find yourself in a lot better space. Trolls are always gonna be here. Look, let me let y'all in a secret. I know one of the biggest trolls on YouTube. I know him. He's got a channel. He got a channel. He talks about, but the people that he talks about are people that are controversial, people who present themselves as a certain way, and then you find out that they're not, because what does he do? He goes and he exposes them with receipts and all that sort of stuff, right? Which is not really cool at all, right? I don't agree with that. But I just say, you don't pay attention to the chat.
Yeah.
I mean, you pay attention to the chat, but don't let someone in the chat get you off your square of what you're talking about. You may have a person that comes on your panel and they want to be a distraction, and you realize what they are, and at some point in time you phase them completely out.
But that you raised a great point, information man, when you said I got an army of people that are riched up. That's the purpose of being a moderator. That's paying your dues to the content creator. So instead of, doing super chats and likes, you may not have the money for that, but that's the reason why you would have us as content creators to say, listen, I trust this person. They're always on my channel. They support me. I'm gonna bless them with a wrench. You got some people that sell wrenches.
Right.
They sell wrenches on their channels.
Another advice that I would give people, if you're on YouTube and you're building a presence for yourself, this is what I do. I know it's kind of messed up that we live in this world, but if you're going to be a content creator and be a known entity, try your best to keep personal pictures of your family and those loved ones off your social media. Because what happens is these trolls, when they don't like you, they'll try to find you on your regular social media. And if you got a picture or something that makes you look kind of compromising in a way, they're going to take that picture and put it out to the world and say, look at this. That's why on most of my Facebook and my Instagram, I don't put a lot of pictures of family or stuff like that. I don't put anything that's kind of compromising for me. So you take away, and it's a shame that you have to do that, but that's the world that we live in with cyberspace, right? You know what's a shame, and I'm going to end here. It's not that other races don't do this, but I think it's a shame that we got people in our own community, in our own race, who use the internet to fuck with other black people. I'm going to land right there.
And let me add to this, because
go ahead, David.
To me,
after you, David, I got a video queued up in the back. We're gonna look at the video and react to that and keep the show going. But go ahead, David.
I would say that we don't want to look at trolls at immature individuals, but there are people like Mark Mention said they have low self-esteem, and I hate to say that they do have low self-esteem, but they highly stupid for one. To me, looking at troll, I look at them as little kids, because for one, they can't come to my face and roast me. I'm from Brooklyn, Mr. Bennett from New Jersey. We know our area. We do roasting for a living. We roast people back and forth in school, in gym, at work. Unless you have bragging right way, you have roasted people at work that they quit their job. You roast them to the point they end up crying. You roast them to the point where the people that beg to ease off of them. You roast them to the point where their co-worker make fun of them because you roast them so bad their stuff got destroyed. I have done that in person. So when you're trying to troll me, be careful. If I find you, I will roast you to your self-esteem, your soul come out of your body. I'll have the whole neighborhood laughing and recognize you. That's how vicious I am. So if you like, please troll me. Just make sure you don't come to my neighborhood, because I will make you famous and highly stupid. And when I do that, you might have to leave the country after I've done roasting. They might put you on war stop there. Oh, shoot. This guy got roasted out of his damn clothes. Oh, shoot. He got roasted out of his damn house. Oh, shoot. He quit his job. I have done it.
Right.
I have team of friends who do that. So when you come here on this social media, YouTube, and start trolling people, I'm going to look at you like, I need to go back to my old day and find you and just roast you in front of your mom and dad. Your mom can say they disown you and say, you're not my child no more. You have to start doing that all over again in person. So your mom could just pimp slap you and say, you're so weak. So if you want to troll me, be my guest. That means I don't find you.
But Black David, where people are going to troll you, people are going to make videos, they're going to have their opinion about you. Because
no, I expect that, but it doesn't bother me.
Right, it doesn't bother you, but I'm just wanting to say this point, not to belabor this.
Mm-hmm.
People don't need to realize this. The minute you decide to be on YouTube and be a content creator or be any type of host or anything, this YouTube and those of us on YouTube, this is like, it's like our grassroots celebrity. when you get popular on here and people like what you're doing, there's always someone that's hating because, oh, he think he all of that or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. Where I draw the line, because people gonna come at you, they're gonna say what they're gonna say, and you can't control what people are gonna say. Where I draw the line is when people start bringing children, wives, girlfriends, people who are not on YouTube. Okay, come at me. I'm a big boy. I can handle it. Maybe I may not like it, but I'll deal with it. But don't mess with people who got nothing to do with YouTube. So don't start digging into people's photos on social media, putting their wives up there and all that sort of stuff. That's where I cross the line. Anybody that does that I knowingly does that kind of stuff, I can't associate myself with them.
I don't do that.
No, I'm not saying you do that scam like me, but I'm just saying that's where I draw the line. You can cuss at me, you can laugh at me, you can make a video about me, but don't start talking about people who are innocent to this YouTube environment because you want to put somebody's photo of their child up. That's where I draw the line.
And information, man, I'm glad you said that because you had a show talk about the particular rule that the Supreme Court was going to remove.
Yeah, it's going to be
platform, right?
Yeah.
And me being an IT professional, because once they change that rule and make it criminally, like a criminal act, me being an IT professional, that will put more money in my pocket. All I gotta do is all I gotta do is be an internet bounty hunter. Call my people. We trace your IP address. We trace your location.
Right. I might need to employ I might need to pay for your services.
And every one
Black
of you trolls, I'll make sure you put more money in my bank account. So you're like, please troll an IT professional.
Right.
I'll hope to make money off.
By the way,
David,
they're going to put that. I just want to say this, and I'll be quiet. By the way, that particular the law. They went to the Supreme Court, and what's happened is the Supreme Court is saying it needs to be kicked to the Congress to make a decision. So it's not over. The Supreme Court doesn't want to deal with it. They want to kick it to the Congress to deal with. So we're not going to hear the last of it. And what I think is that I hope that it gets rid of all the trolls.
I'm just hoping to put a bounty so I can make money off them.
No.
Hey, David, do me a favor. Let's read this super chat. David, bring up MC Heavy Tits. No, don't bring that up yet. Don't bring video up. Bring the super chat up right now.
Oh, you got two.
Oh, we got two. Okay.
With the first one.
So, the first super chat comes from Dr. Nakambe. He gave a $10 super chat. He said we should know the difference between matching passion versus an exchange of verbal abuse. Okay, thank you, Dr. Nakambe. Marcus Evans with the 5-ball says, "What up, brothers? To answer the question, yes. Most of these hyenas need to be put in their place." Okay.
So, all right. What should I give them?
Let's go to the next super chat.
Let's go to Black David. Let's do the Black David dance.
No. Hell no. You get this.
I think there's a super chat miss.
Chilling right here. We had a representative on the track, chilling with the pocket queen. No, you weren't expecting this, so not like this. Nah, to the hook now. Ain't that like when I sing freestyle? To the hook now. Ain't that like when I do it 3 times? You ain't even do the best, You ain't even do the best, the melody comes on, the rhythm to hold on. We can't let it go, no.
Shout out to 313.
We got any more super chat, David?
Yeah, it was one.
Now.
No. It was another one.
MC Heavy Tits. I think she had a super chat.
Heavy Tits.
I apologize.
So MC Heavy Tits with the 5-ball said, "I'm an anarchist, and the best trolling I do is with other anarchists. A lot of trolls just do it for the whatever that means. I don't know. Somebody translate that.
Reaction.
Reaction.
I'm not saying that name.
Okay, so obviously, MC Heavy Tits is. I guess she's saying she's a troll too. We're gonna give some shout outs before we go to the video, David, in the chat. We want to give a big shout out to Quincy Fearson, Also, we just read Dr. Nakumba is in the chat. Beautifully animated speaks. How you doing? Island Girl Q was in the chat and she was taking up for the trolls. I wish we could get perspective. Maybe she could get a chance to cam up later on when we make space. World Class, my dog in the chat. Torrance Moore, Truth and Purpose Nexus in the chat. We got Robert H. I think he's another troll. He's on the troll side. Let's see who else. I think Christina Watts, we're gonna give a shout out to her. She says she's a troll and she owns it proudly. Let's see who else is in the chat. Well, we'll give some more shout outs later on. So David, let's bring the video up. Before you bring it up. This video, I said it earlier in the show, but I'll recap. Tasha K, if anybody's not familiar with Tasha K, Tasha K, I wouldn't say she's an actual troll, but she knows how to get up underneath your skin, okay? And in this specific video, I think she got up under Tony the Closer's skin. She just tried him on the wrong day. But I want y'all to look at this video, and this is kind of in connection to the question I asked all the guys on the panel. Do men have a duty at all times, especially in these spaces, to keep a certain decorum, no matter what kind of disrespect is thrown? Go ahead, David, bring it up. Now go ahead. We got different timestamps. We're not going to show the whole video because the whole video I think is like 7 minutes long, so that's too long to go through. But I got different timestamps queued up, so we're going to go through it right now.
You can play from your end. I don't have control over this.
Press play, David.
Nobody
and she graduated from Troll Academy.
That's some faggot shit. There were some faggots that we were talking about on this live. They're not here. I said I have post-traumatic stress disorder. Where did you go? Tony, where did you go?
Well, I'm trying to say she graduated from Troll Academy. So she's on the next level.
Sorry, I was not talking about you. Nobody called you a faggot. I said that's some faggot shit. There were some faggots that
Let me rewind that so y'all can make sure y'all get that. Okay.
Tony. I was not talking about you. Nobody called you a faggot. I said that's some faggot shit. There were some faggots that we were talking about on this live. They're not here. I said I have post-traumatic stress disorder. Where did you go? Tony, where did you go?
But you kept asking me to get Nicole's clothes the whole fucking time, and then you get your black nasty ass up here and disrespect my girl. You a trifling hoe. You a trifling hoe. My girl ain't want to fuck with you from the beginning. You try to get her to come and do interviews and all kind of shit, and she wouldn't do it. You a clown. You a clown.
This is what I'm talking about. This is
you
what
a clown.
This is what gay.
You a clown.
This is what gay men do.
You was out here begging me for motherfucking the clothes for fucking weeks. And then she didn't want to do it. Then you motherfucker, let's do an interview. She ain't want to fuck with you. Tony, give your ass clothes and then you to your fucking assistant. You a clown.
Tony,
stop it, Freezy. Stop it. Stop it. We've seen enough. Take this shit down.
No, hold on. I got one more timestamp.
Do we have to?
Yeah. Hold on.
Post all the text message shit because you a clown. Whatever you beg me for her shit, then you go disrespect my girl that never did nothing to you. You are a trifling bitch. You gonna disrespect my girl. You gonna body shame her when all these bitches already fuck with her. You a trifling black bitch. You a trifling black bitch. Don't play with my fucking girl. Tell your husband to see me. Tell your fucking husband to see me. You motherfucking dirty black bitch. You the worst example for these motherfuckers.
Behind computers. Come on.
This last one.
He's not about that life. Seriously. Tony. My husband is out working. Why you leave? What?
Are we done yet?
Why did he leave?
Freezy, all this is unnecessary.
Hold on, 1 second.
Her name is, I forgot her name. That's some whole shit though. That's some whole shit. You can't listen. Listen, he ain't gay, but that's
okay. So that's it. So now,
Thank you. Take this down, please.
Let's bring it back. So the video was 7 minutes long, but I had specific time stamps.
I got it, but we only needed 15 seconds of it, Freezy.
Well, I wanted you to get the full context because
we got it.
You know, so basically, she called him gay, and she body shamed his old lady, and she begged his old lady for some expensive clothes, but she only did it to troll. She ended up giving the clothes away, right? So
did she buy the clothes or did she just?
No, his old lady bought the clothes. His old lady bought. So basically, just to give a background, they used to be friends.
Mm-hmm.
She begged his old lady, with his old lady's name Nicole. They're expensive clothes. His old lady ended up giving Tasha K a bunch of clothes just because they were cool and friends, but she trolled the situation and gave the clothes away, basically like they weren't good enough. She's bad bodied, and he basically made fun of his wife, and they called him gay too. And that's why he went off. That's why he clicked right online.
Okay, gotcha. Here's the thing, Freezy. People, men, if I can call you that, and I'm using that word loosely. Men, gentlemen in the audience, don't behave like that guy you saw on the screen. Don't do that. If a woman is insulting you and calling you names, talking about your girlfriend or talking about your wife or whatever, that's the person you ignore. If you don't have to be there in that conversation anymore, don't be in that conversation anymore. Walk away. Or just hit, there's a right here, like just now. If I don't want to be in this conversation, there's a big red X. There's a big red button right here with a white X on it. I can just click that and just not be anymore. That's how you handle that situation. That's how you handle those people. You don't. Yeah, I guess Freezy's update, getting more minutes for his AOL connection. But yeah, the thing is, everyone, it's like Freezy's been there. He's seen, Black David has too, when myself and Podcast got into it. Now that is the one and only time anyone has ever actually seen me out of frame. The rest of it is just, I'm just having fun. You know what I'm saying? But that's the only time anyone's ever seen me upset about anything. One time. And shouldn't have been that one. You know what I'm saying? I shouldn't have done it that time, but you know, circumstances call for what the circumstances call for, and things happen. So, you know, but here's the thing. Even it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. If someone's talking shit about you, talking shit about your girlfriend or your wife, even if those might be fighting words. They may deserve to be punched in the face, but you don't have to. Those are people I kind of ignore and walk away because they serve no purpose in my life. You understand what I'm saying, Freezy? Yeah. And I think that goes for anyone else too. Like Tasha K serves no purpose for that dude's life at all. So if she did that, why is he acting? See, that's some Daryl Long shit.
I got you.
Like he's laying out. He's spitting out things that we shouldn't know. Like, how do we know that Tasha K gave away the clothes? We shouldn't know that. How do we know Tasha K begged his girlfriend for an interview? We shouldn't know that. Why is he doing that? But the thing is, Freezy, you've never seen me do that to anybody. I've never talked about anything I've talked to anyone else about personally. I don't do that. Like, people have come up to me and told me stuff I know. And you know what I told him, Freezy?
What's that?
I ain't know that. I had no idea. But that's because if you tell me something, no one else on the planet is even going to know that I know. There's certain things you just don't do. I'd rather punch you in the face and do what he did. You know what I'm saying? Doxing and all that stuff. No, listen. Yeah, and I called Daryl Long out by name because he's dead wrong. He should know better. You can tell him I said it if you want to. I do not care. That guy's got way too much stage presence and talent to be behaving the way that he does. The reason why I did it is because him, I expect better. And I do things like this to motivate people. You understand what I'm saying, Freezy? You understand men differently than you have to understand. Like, once you get the measure of a person, now you understand how to motivate them. You know what I'm saying? Like, certain ways, I can't motivate Ronan the same way I motivate Freezy. You know what I'm saying? I can tell Ronan's disciplined enough now where he's as a Ronan, he should take care of X, Y, and Z. Roger that. I ain't got to worry about it no more. Ronan's gonna get it. He's gonna get it done. Whereas Freezy, I need X, Y, and Z done. All right. Well, can I do it after I go to lunch? All right, Freezy, go do it after lunch. All right, so I need to tie my shoes. Then I get started. All right, Freezy, tie your shoes. Then get started. All right, I'm finna go get me a snow cone. Freezy, if you don't get your goat mouth, see, that's what you're right. You know what I'm saying? You ain't leaving here until you get it done. You have to motivate people in different ways. You know what I'm saying? I can't give you the same, not you guys personally, but I can't give one person the same latitude and length of leash that I give other
Everybody
people.
different. That was just
everybody different, right? Some people you got to put your foot up their ass. Other people you can just talk to them.
Okay, so
you know,
Dedrick, man, we ain't heard from you in a while. Please get in there, man. I know you got something to say. Please, what's your take on the video and just in general?
Look, man. Listen, I'm big on energy. You understand? So I only surround myself in circles where the energy is like. It doesn't mean everybody has to agree, but it has to be a certain. There has to be a certain amount of energy that is in the right direction. When I saw that video, it irritated my whole spirit. You know why? Because individuals, like, first of all, her language, number one, was off. That by itself, I shut people down at that point, and I know where to put you. Because once you show me who you are, and you let people talk long enough, they'll tell you exactly who they are. So for me, I don't waste my energy, my time, my voice. I'm not about to waste my voice and blow my vocals out because somebody's ignorant. I'm gonna let them be ignorant on their own. See, my thing is that if I'm on a platform such as this, if it's another platform and whatnot, and I see where it's going to the ignorant realm, where you got people talking over each other, you got people not listening, and yes, you have those trolls. Those trolls are going to be on almost every platform. They're inevitable. So your responsibility is to yourself, is to control your energy, protect your peace and your energy. Yes, you can speak your piece and be solid on your piece. That doesn't mean that you got to be pulled into their chaos. My whole point is that a lot of the times in these platforms, you have to make sure that you're firm in whatever it is that you're standing on. If you're wrong, have accountability, admit that you're wrong, and move forward. Now, if you got people that are continuously rehashing negative stuff, continuously digging holes, continuously playing devil's advocate, you have to know where to put those people. Now, when you got playful banter, like the gentleman was talking about, when they're taking shots at each other, okay, everybody knows what time it is. Ain't nobody getting their feelings about that because everybody knows what time it is. But when you got those individuals that are seriously have some disruptive, terrible energy, you'll be a fool to play your hand like that as a grown ass man to say, "Oh, well, you can't talk about my family." First of all, do they know your family like that? Are they a real threat to your family? So why are you letting them crawl into your spirit and control your narrative, control your spirit, control your energy? My whole point is, like I said, I protect my peace, I protect my energy. When I see that somebody's going all the way in left field and they're trying to be hurtful, let me explain something. You can't be hurtful to me because you don't know me. You see what I'm saying? So I protect my energy, I protect my spirit, I protect the realm that I can protect. I surround myself with people with the thinking that outthinks me, meaning people who I can learn from, people who I can listen to and gain some introspective insight from. If you don't have anything productive or positive to contribute to my life, you only get about this much. I'll listen to other ideas. I'll listen to other people's opinions. I'll listen to different points of views because, hey, I might be wrong. I might be wrong. And if I am wrong, I am man enough to say, hey, you know what? I'm wrong about this particular aspect. I thought this way because of X, Y, and Z. But you know what? I didn't think about it from that perspective. I was wrong on that. I'm man enough to do that. But if you got people who don't want to take accountability and they continue to be trolls just for the sake of being trolls, you know where to put them and let them be compartmentalized and put them over there. And like the gentleman said, you don't have to be on the platform if you're that freaking sensitive. If you're an emotional toddler, you don't have to be on the platform. Matter of fact, you probably shouldn't be on social media if you're that damn sensitive.
Okay, so early in the chat, Island Girl Q said, man, y'all just take trolling too serious. Y'all take YouTube too serious, just trolling. Now, I will say this, right? I have been on panels where known trolls, people who are known for trolling, have gotten trolled and went out of character and got pissed off. I'm telling you. And I was like, not what the hell? Not the troll getting upset. So it's like, okay, so I'm telling you, I've seen this before, right? So basically, when we say trolling is an art, when we say stuff like trolling is an art or you're taking it too serious, well, I've even seen trolls get upset for getting trolled.
They got out.
What do you say about that, Dusto?
What?
Hey, LeBron James got dunked on. I mean, what are you saying?
But there's a difference, though. There's a difference if someone says something to you trollish in the chat room, or if someone gets on the panel and tries to roast you. Really, that's no harm to you. But the real trolling that does go on YouTube, which I call authentic trolling, is when people try to dox you. So to me, when someone says, well, to me, I disagree when someone says, don't get over emotional. You say that to people who have had their personal information put out there. You say that to people who have had their kids put out there, their wives put out there, numbers, home address, right? I'm serious. You say that to people like that, and that's where the trolling can go too far. Now, if it's just going back and forth on the panels with people and people saying little things in a chat room, okay, we're all big people here. We can deal with that. I'm talking about when it gets to a level where it's not fun anymore because people are trying to call up your job and get you in trouble. That's serious. That's where it escalates to and can be very dangerous.
Yeah, hey, information, just me personally. Ain't nothing that serious going on YouTube, right? Where I'm gonna go and find out where somebody lives in Arkansas.
I hear you, but people do it, man.
6 years old.
Yeah, but Scam Likely, you and I both know someone who's done that, putting people's addresses out there, putting pictures of people's kids out there. Yeah. And the thing is, for me, information man, that's not trolling.
That's not trolling.
That's a threat. Yeah, that's a threat.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's when it's going way too far. And
Mandrell, let me just lay this on you. Lay this one on you. That's how it starts, brother. It starts very innocently, where someone comes into your chat room, starts talking shit to you, or they get on your panel, or maybe they don't do any of that, and then it begins to escalate from them just talking shit on the social media to them now having some personal issue with you, where they take it to the level where they now want to dig into your background and anything that they can find about you that makes you look compromised, then they'll display that. So I get what you're saying, but that's how it escalates, and it can become dangerous. And the shame is that we got black people who get on these platforms, and their whole goal every day they wake up is they want to mess with another black person.
No,
Yet they don't do that. Yet they don't do that to the white man on the streets that they got to work for. Yes, sir, boss.
That's not true. There's no white people on the panel. Because actually,
you're missing what I'm saying.
No information, because
you're missing what I'm saying, but I get the comedy there. I get it.
A white vest.
How did we get off so off topic?
I was about to bring it back, Hank. I was about to bring it back.
I thought I was on topic, but okay.
You were, but you gonna bring it back. You gonna bring it back?
Yeah, I'll bring it back. Bring it back. Go ahead, Jay.
Can I say what? Can I say one thing before we go? Because this is what it came down to. It was a comment that was in a. Was that Island Girl? So this is why we got to that point. My point to her, my answer to her is, how is it that you can tell us not to, because we are pointing it out, because it is irritating. They take it way more serious because they go from one platform to the next platform to the next platform, trolling people. So because we point the shit out, we're taking it too serious. Come on, man.
I don't know.
That wasn't even a good comment for you to even put on there.
Okay, so hold on, Dusto, 1 second. So I want to go back to the video that I displayed, right?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go to Ronan after this question. So basically, both of these people are content creators, big content creators, might I add. I think Tony the Closer, he has a huge platform, and we also know Tasha K She one of the biggest
Trollers.
YouTubers in this space, right? I mean, not in this space in general. I'm just saying in general, black YouTubers. So what I said earlier, her calling him gay, her taking his wife's clothes and giving them to somebody else. She did all of this online, I think. Her and her assistant Chelsea body shaming his wife. All of this was done online. Now, Tony the Closer is online too. He has a platform. He has a face in these these YouTube streets. Do you think, Ronan, this is to you first, and then we're gonna go around the panel. Do you think because she did it so publicly, he was justified in the way he reacted to her publicly?
No.
Or should he have just like some men on the panel suggest, left it alone? Like, okay, like Mandrell, he disagreed with Tony the Closer's response, basically. But what's your opinion on that? How do you feel about the video and what went down?
No, when I said that, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. Especially it goes into knowing where you're at. You know what you're gonna get with certain people. So it's like if you feed into that, you're not protecting your reputation with your life. So if he has a following or a base that he's teaching or leading, how's that look in there? That's part of leadership. Plus, it goes into discernment about it goes into discernment like where you're going and where you're at. If you know you're going in there where some opposition is, then you don't need to be there. Or if you do, you have to have your wits about you. So getting all emotional, that didn't help his case
at all. That'd be the case. Like if you saw myself and Ronan and a woman's yapping like that, because people have seen me do it here on YouTube. I just like this.
Yeah.
People have seen men come at me like that. And I'm just that's the person you just don't give energy at all.
But I'm gonna go to Mr. Bennett next. Because he's been quiet for a little minute. Mr. Bennett, what you think? What you think, bro? I mean, was he justified?
Not in that space. You asked the question, was he justified to do it publicly?
Right.
But that to me is not the face of public. I think that was more personal. He went at her personally in a public place. Okay. We just saw, or many of us saw, what Chris Rock just did this last weekend. That was public, but he didn't address Will personally. He wasn't in Will's face about it. So certainly if he has a platform, he can certainly use that space to air his grievances or what have you. But either you take that privately and a call directly to her offline, or you do it in your own space. But he's trying to air a personal grievance in a public space, which is the worst because nobody looks good when you do that. No. So, public, if he went on his channel and he went on an hour rant, he can do that all he wants and call out, put out there whatever he needs to put out. That's his prerogative. But he certainly didn't look good going at her. And you can tell she's the type of person, the more he swore at her and do all those things, she just kept saying like, babe.
She enjoyed it.
It's like you're feeding. It's like you're putting coal into the furnace. It's just getting hotter and hotter. Some people live for that. And she's certainly built a reputation on that. So again, you got to be able to read that and step away from it. Don't feed that fire. But she was loving everything he said. The more heated he got, she was loving. All right, there's more.
You see how my Mr. Bennett. You see how calm she ended up being when he started. Escalating.
Hey, come on.
It was like, whoa.
But JT,
you fell into it.
JT, I'm finna go to you next. But listen, I'm about to hit y'all with this, right? So, my wife actually she follows Tasha K, and she actually put me up on this whole video, right? So I started looking more into it. I seen different content creators actually reacting to that video, and the consensus on YouTube is that Tony the Closer took he got a W from that whole thing. People are actually, they gave him 10 points on the scoreboard behind, behind what he did to Tasha K, because she's so known for her famous clapbacks. I think she even got it. She got it. The lead attorney. She got it. She's known for clapping back.
Yeah.
And a lot of times she comes out on top. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, he actually came out saying that he won from that. People are saying that. But the only reason why I'm bringing that up, it's interesting because it's kind of in contrast to what you guys are saying. And I just wanted to get your take on it, JT, and I'm going to go to Hink next. What you think, JT? Did he help himself? Because we know how funny. You say you've been on YouTube since 2013. You know you pretty much know the politics. Can something like what Tony the Closer did help a YouTube creator the way he handled Tasha K?
No. First and foremost, yeah, she has a large subscriber base, but she is not known for someone that gives great content. She's the buffoon. She's the one that does all the tap dancing and all the goddamn gossiping and all that. They're looking for a car crash. So for him to be upset and mad at her, knowing what her MO is, understanding what she's made of, for him to act like, oh, I'm just hurt that you did this. He understands. She's about gossip. She's about putting other people's business out to make. That's how she's making her money, if she's making any. That's how she gets her notoriety. Her notoriety is not of a person with class and dignity. She has the notoriety of Wendy Williams. She's like a lower level Wendy Williams. And Wendy Williams, that's not saying a lot about her either. So you're talking about him having a W in what? You play stupid games, and guess what? Somebody else say what else you win.
Stupid prize.
Stupid prize. And that's what he won, a dumbass prize. That's it. He got what he was supposed to get by being in cahoots with someone that he understands that she's trashy and she is not a woman of dignity. Period. And I'm gonna end that.
Go ahead. Wait, Dusto, wait. Hold on. Hey, I got to spice it up. The lady talked about the man's wife. She called him gay. Come on. Did he cross? First of all, we all she crossed the line. Was he wrong? Was he wrong?
I got no issue with the man did. He said his piece and he got the hell out of there. He said his piece and he got the hell out of there. So look, again, everybody has their limits. We all say this until we put in that situation. Then when you put in that situation, how you gonna respond then? When your feet to the fire, how you gonna really respond? I can tell you one thing, and I may take it to a whole new level because something they said overly personal. Man, the man defended his wife. That's what he's supposed to do, man. The man did put hands on her. You know, he cursed her out, told, said she was a sorry bitch, and she's a bitch that, me look. Hey man, I don't have no problem with what he said to that heifer. Man, challenge sexuality, and you don't do that to no man. You don't do that. Talk about the man's wife, body shaming her like I said. Again, man just got tired of it. I'm sure it wasn't the first time that she probably did this, maybe to this man. I don't know the relationship. I don't have, like I said, I don't have no problem. He said what he needed to say. He got the hell out. He didn't keep it going and going. And he said what he needed to say. Even a couple of times he got off screen. He tried. You could tell he tried his best to maintain a certain level of professionalism. But again, he said what he said and got out. So it is what it is.
We got different perspectives on the panel. Go ahead, Dusto. What you got to say?
Just a couple comments. Here's the deal. You don't show up to a knife fight and then wonder why you got stabbed. I mean, I see people on panel, they be doing this. Yeah. They absorb all the talking points, but make them somehow reality. They didn't go on a panel. And when somebody says, hey, I don't believe in that talking about, you're a simp, raw, stone him. Now it's 5 people going at somebody just for being a regular person. Then that person might have some jokes and they roast 1 on 5 and smoke all 5 of them. Then, oh, I'm oppressed. He trolled me. No. Or some people who say, they come with the street stuff. Man, I'm from the streets, dog. They come on the internet, and the internet and the trolls let them know who space this really is, and they can't take it. I mean, but me personally, 90-something% of the time, and I actually troll light, to be honest. They come at me. There's 3 of them been going at me tonight in the chat, coming at me. I ain't even say nothing.
But you deserve it though, because you a troll.
These three who are coming at me. No, these 3.
Yeah, we were talking about the video, but go ahead. He a master troll. He let him cook.
So speak on the video, man. Stay focused.
No, I'm just talking about how this works. People hear something that they can't take, and it might be the truth. They just found out that they were ugly over the internet because they thought they can come up, get a camera, jump on here, repeat some talking points, and be some kind of YouTube alpha. Then they get trolled because they called out on it and they can't take it.
What you think about the video, Dusto? Was he justified? Was he justified in clapping back at Tasha?
No, he was justified. He showed up to a knife fight and was complaining because he got stabbed. You don't see me on Cynthia G and all them reckless over on the Nation of Wigwam complaining because somebody said they hate me, they don't need no man, or they hate men. Why would I go over there? Or in the divester panel and they say, I hate you because you're black. Why would I be over there? That's what they do. So, I mean, what was he expecting dealing with Tasha K? Her to say, I'm going to give you some conditional femininity. What are you expecting? That's all I got.
So we got Corey Hager. We got Corey Hager on the bottom, man. He joined us not too long ago. How you doing, Corey?
Oh, I'm doing good. How about you, gentlemen?
Doing pretty good. You've been following the conversation. We've been talking about men keeping their composure no matter how disrespected they are in these spaces. Do we have a duty or Black David used a great word, responsibility to keep our composure? We just showed a video with Tasha K getting put it back in her place by Tony the Closer. I think you was here to see that video. I don't know, but yeah. So basically, he let her have it for calling him gay and coming at his wife, body shaming his wife. She also begged him for some expensive clothes. His wife gave her the clothes, and then she trolled him by giving the clothes away. Do you think there's a time? First of all, do you think that the guy Tony the Closer from the video we seen was justified in coming back at Tasha K the way he did? And do you think men should never actually break out of their character online specifically in these YouTube spaces? Should they always maintain a certain composure or decorum, no matter how disrespected they are? I know I gave you a lot, but try to pack it on in and answer it the best way you can.
You know, when it comes to Black David, I do have to agree with the responsibility part, because there are young men that are watching this and they need a good role model. If you're going to unload, so to speak, on someone that's disrespecting you, you kind of want to take that off screen. But to be honest, I mean, I'm a compulsive smart aleck. I mean, when if a woman like that disrespected my wife and then said that I was, from the alphabet community, I'd have told her my dick is still bigger than yours. But, I mean, it just a woman in a masculine frame that's attacking everything. I mean, how unattractive.
So David, we got some more super chats, David. Can you I forgot the last one we left off from. Can you, I don't know if you need to get them ready. Okay. Torrance Moore gave the big $20 ball, and he said troll fees. This for the troll fees, man. Give David give Torrance a video, Black David. Thank you, Torrance.
Troll fees.
Hi there, Black Men Unfiltered. Listen, today we have a special offer. We have the Wig Snatcher 1000 on sale for $19.99. Get yours now. Are you tired of your wife getting up every day looking like Rick James? Are you tired of your wife getting up every day looking like James Brown? You don't have to do it any longer. You don't have to suffer anymore. We have the Wig Snatcher 1000. We have them on sale now, $19.99. Get yours today.
All right, let's keep going. David, what's the next super chat? Let's see. Strap Patrol with $2 say, sometimes you drag them by their edges. All right, Strap Patrol. Okay, next we got Strap Patrol again. Daryl would have threatened to expose her nudes. Okay,
don't do that.
All right, okay.
He would have though. He would have though, Ronan. He would have.
No, that'd be visual terrorism. Don't do that.
It is, but he has done that several times.
We're gonna keep it moving, guys. We're gonna keep it moving from there. Beautifully animated speaks with the $5 ball. How you doing, beautifully animated? Facts, Mandrell. You don't have to give stupid people your energy. There's parasites looking to suck you dry. Cue the violin. Next one. Let's go.
Pause.
Oh.
Well, there's no reason to pause there. That was coming from a female.
Robert H with the $2. Hink for 2024. Keep it tight, my G. Apparently he running for president. Y'all get ready. Let's the ghost OG J Speed $2. Team took a lot of prayer to get Mandrell back.
OG J Speed, Hink, and World Class. My goodness. Yeah. Oh, Black Man Unfiltered was there too. Hink, why you so quiet? You got nothing for that comment?
I don't think you back. I think you still over there.
No.
You're gonna find out.
MC Heavy Tits back with another $5 ball. We live in the reaction. And I'm just taking that mean reaction. So hey, MC Heavy Tits, if I got it wrong, let me know. We got I think Strap Patrol. Go ahead, David. Strap Patrol. Okay, Strap Patrol with the $5. Another sector sending SWAT to your house is trolling. They get that serious?
Yes.
In other sectors, they send SWAT to your house?
And CPS.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's beyond trolling. Trolling 60s don't get on like that.
But that's what they were saying earlier, Dusto, that it starts out innocent and then that shit just goes because the thing is that they don't understand that there's consequences. They don't understand consequences. So that's just what happens. It gets worse and worse and worse.
Black David, bring beautifully animated speaks on Super Chat back up. And we're gonna play the violin video for her.
Beautifully.
Beautifully.
I got you. That Florida accent, brother. that Florida accent, man. That's that Florida accent. Bring it back. Yeah, bring it back. That Florida accent, Freezy. You can't hide it, man.
Bring us on in with the violin, David. If you can find.
Let me slow it down. Rapping with the singing, I be singing. You can get it all free like welfare. Back to the beginning, know what I told ya. I got 2 degrees, now I'm dumb rich. This sound like some 718 shit. The living weirdo on the same shit. Gave me in, let's go buy a Lennox.
Damien Escobar, shout out, boy.
Yeah, we got more super chats rolling in, but we're gonna get to them later, David. We're gonna get to it later. So we got one more question, one more subject before we conclude the show, y'all. So basically, we know that YouTube is funny, and I'm pretty sure everybody has witnessed this. There's been a lot of times where we have serious conversations, and the viewership is kind of right? It's a good conversation going on, but the viewership is kind of mediocre. I'm just keeping it 100. But then once the fire turn up, people go to arguing. Somebody feel like they got to check somebody else. That person got to check that person. That's when the viewership starts. It starts rising, right? Do you think if you had this? And I'm just speaking for people with platforms, but everybody can answer this question. Do you think sometimes it's necessary for a man in these spaces to check somebody else if they feel like that person disrespected them or crossed the line? Do you think that it's justified just for the viewership alone? And it's good for the views in the space. I'm gonna let Dusto go first because I know he want to answer this question. Go ahead, Dusto.
Be more detailed. Here's the deal. It's not about people are making fake logical claims. Somebody says, really, it's somebody wanted to be able to say whatever they wanted to say, and and now it's the law. And then you say, no, that ain't true. Then they're disrespected all of a sudden, and they want to talk over you and talk crazy. Then you roast them, and it's time to troll. They decided that hell with the platform, hell with anything you had to say, and hell with real life. They just want to say something crazy, and everybody's supposed to fall in line because there's some kind of YouTube alpha. Then they say you a simp, you a dusty, you broke it, all the extra. Then it's trolling time, and you got to roast them. And it is what it is. Meaning, the respect is fake. Half the conversation is fake, and a lot of the people are fake. And they go and hide and say you're disrespectful or you're acting emotional, act like a woman. I make more money than you, got more hoes, and I'll pull up in your city. You get what I'm saying? They off track, and then they accuse you of being off track because you're not on this victim dusty code. So their opinion is law. You say anything against it, you're wrong, and everybody's supposed to hold you accountable. And the answer is no. That's when it's time to start trolling.
Ronan, do you think it's good? Do you think it's good for somebody's platform? Do you think it's good for YouTube when people start clapping back when guys feel disrespected and they feel like they need to get stuff off their chest? Do you think that's good for YouTube? Is it healthy for YouTube in general?
It might be good for YouTube for some, but is it good for you as a man? Because we got two different type of people. We got content creators and conflict creators. Conflict creation, you gotta live and die by that shit, and it's exhausting. It's taking many a men out. Many we know, most we don't. But if you're actually content creators, you learn how to do things constructively. You know how to handle things in a responsible manner, even though that might not get the view. As a man, you should be worried about more quality than quantity, because you can get a quantity of bullshit, but it's not gonna bring you quality people either.
Dedrick, I don't know how long you've been in these spaces, but I'm gonna ask you the same question. Do you think it's good? Let's just take I'm trying to take the more, we can't really take the morality out of it, but do you think that it makes sense for YouTube for somebody to get something off their chest if they feel disrespected and just fly off the handle? Do you think it's good for YouTube or somebody's space in particular, somebody's platform?
For all intents and purposes, like in his situation, I don't think it was good for his particular space. For those people who were trying to build something out of nothing, it might be good for them because it brought some attention and they rattled the feathers of someone who is way in a different echelon than they might be. So if they're trying to build their platform, then something controversial like that would have an impact and would make somewhat of a splash on their particular new platforms. So for some people, those type of things is going to work. Let's just be honest, like messy sells. just like sex sells, messiness sells. And that's just a fact. It's not my opinion. That's just the fact. All of us have seen it, and stuff like that. So the messier some things are, the more it is. I'll give you a really quick example. When people talk about Kevin Samuel, nobody ever talks about the fact that he said the exact same things to men. But as soon as he said something to women, oh my God, oh, everybody's crazy now because he said something to women. But when he was talking directly to men about a lot of the same things that he was talking to women about, nobody had nothing to say. You see what I'm saying? So my whole thing is that I've been in the blog talk, radio, whatever space for a long time. However, we talked about grown people stuff. So a lot of the time that's boring to some people, especially if you're talking like you got some sense. But let us all just start getting messy. Oh, I gotta be at the next one. Oh my God, guess what? People like messy. Why do you think reality shows are as big as they are? Because people like messy.
That's a real answer right there, man. Mandrill, you know I'm coming to you next. Is it good for this space? Is it good for business? It doesn't. Matter of fact, this is a better question. Does it make business sense for a man to allow somebody on your platform to get some off their chest, no matter how bad the disrespect is, no matter how bad the lines are crossed? Is it good for business? Is it good for YouTube in these spaces? Does it make sense?
It depends on what kind of business you're going to get in. For example, like Freezy, you and I have talked offline. Like the kind of business I'm getting into, it would not be good for me, like at all. You know what I'm saying? So, but like my man Diedrich said, conflict does sell. Sex also sells. You know, so if you're looking for that kind of money, okay, for YouTube, you know what I'm saying? It's going to bring people in, but it's only going to bring certain types of people, and it's only going to bring so many people in. But once those people are there, that's it. You're capped out. You're capped out. You're capped out. So you limit yourself by doing that. Can you make decent money? I guess. I don't know. I'm just not. It's just something I'm personally not interested in. I don't think it makes much business sense if you're looking to expand and get more successful than pretty much where they are now. It does not make business sense. But if they're happy where they're at, fair enough, whatever. But no, dude, you're only going to get so far with that nonsense, because people are going to look at that and be like, because you're going to go to certain rooms and try to look for investors and be like, hey, yeah, but you know, controversy sells. This, that, and the other sells. Yeah, but my associates and I can't be associated with that. You see what I'm saying, Freezy? Certain rooms that ain't gonna fly. Now, the rooms I'm talking about are the real rooms with people with real money, real influence, and real power, but you don't know who they are. It don't fly with them. So if you want to limit yourself, you're happy being just there, go ahead. But it's not something that, like I said, I don't even watch those panels, man. I mean, it's just, you go in there, like Dusto goes over there. I'll see Dusto be there for 2 hours straight. He's correct about everything. Every single beat, he is absolutely correct. No, and they'll argue him down, and he'll just sit there quietly and just watch them yell. And he'll say, "But
actually,
do you?"
Then I'll troll them.
Right, and then Dusto will do this. Do you make room for the possibility of you might be wrong? How? And I turn off because I'm like, there he is again. He's just having fun, right? I mean, he'll just ask one question and they go up. Like, how far do you think that's going to go? So does it make any business sense? For me, no. For me, no. You know, and like I said, I'm not interested in that anyway. I don't like to argue. In fact, from now on, I'm not even debating anybody else unless they're on my level.
Mandrell, you're being trolled. You're still being trolled because you've been looking at it.
Before you go back,
I can be trolled. I mean, that's fine. A trolls don't bother me though. You troll me all the time, and I ignore you, just like I ignore the rest of the trolls in the chat.
I'm gonna go to Black David.
I know J Speed trolling me. I know he's in there trolling me.
I definitely want to hear.
Hold on. One last thing, Freezy.
Oh, go ahead.
I've been being trolled for the last hour, maybe hour and a half in the chat. You have not heard me say one word about it until now. And that's how you do trolls, man.
Well, I want to say this. I've definitely been on panels, right? And the reason why I'm speaking on it from a business aspect, I've seen people's panel. I'm not going to call any names, but they're so strict about how people conduct themselves. They will drop you if they even think you're going to say something out of pocket or clap back at somebody else. Like somebody else will get one off real quick, but if you try to respond and cause chaos, they will drop you, right? And then I see, but their channel doesn't get a lot of traffic because they're so strict, right? So okay, I'm going to go. I just wanted to add that just to put in you guys' mind, but and I definitely want to hear from JT in a minute because.
Well, Freezy, that ain't fair. Freezy, you ain't being fair. You added, you moving the goalpost. You adding variables to the equation.
It really didn't change y'all answer. I just throw that in there.
I got you, Freezy. I'm trolling, Freezy.
No, I know.
But also, Freezy, to that again, those channels, once the right people who are interested in that content discover it, word will spread, and that's how they'll grow. But people who like controversy and mess, again, once those people get to those channels, those are the only people who are going to watch that channel.
Understand why I'm answering the question though.
I understand why.
Okay. So go ahead, David. We're going to go to you next. Go ahead.
Here's something I just remembered just a while back right now. In the year, real men don't troll each other or fight. They debate their views to get clarity, get understanding. They don't throw their fist. So I thought to ask myself the question: why would we throw away the true definition of what man really is? We have somewhat dignity, respect, accountability, and a level of self-reflection for the new modern definition where you have beta, weak, no backbone, too emotional, need to change your draw, you're on your PMS, you're on your period kind of thing. I told you I'm from Brooklyn, so the gloves are off. So when I see grown-ass men act like it's that time of the month for them, I thought to wonder, who's the man? Them? Or the woman who quietly watching them like, okay, what's next to do? Because if anything, if you truly are the man, you will not let nobody move you from your square, move you from your foundation. You're not going to be moved by garbage, by babies, unless you're still drinking breast milk from your mama's breast and you can't eat solid food. Why go on a panel, fleck your chest like a baby King Kong or Congo from the Willow from the Mist, and you wonder why people look down on you? Because when Man Joe was talking about, when you move in a certain direction, you cannot associate yourself with filth. You cannot associate yourself with New York City splinters who pull a piece up the stairway and look at you like, what you want to do? I'm from New York City. We see a lot of nonsense, but when you're all about your business, you completely, not only completely ignore the nonsense, you move on and be about your business. You don't let nobody slow you down. So I thought to ask this question: why would I be on a bunch of panel with people who want to claim to be mature or still wearing thongs? I'm just asking. I'm a boxer guy. I don't wear thongs. I'm just saying.
Okay.
This is real trolling. When you roasting people to the point whereby people look at them like, oh shoot. And no matter where you go, everybody remember who you are. That's what I normally do. So when people want to troll me, I'm like, I can't wait to make you feel like you have to move out of the city. That is real troll. We call it roasting. So when you do all this keyboard warrior thing, that means nothing. I just laugh at you. I just want to see you in person, so I look at you and start to throw you from head to toe. left and right, turn you around again, roast you again, draw an audience. When everybody recognize who you are, they recognize where you live. When you see you, just laugh, just look at you, just laugh. They're for the sake of laughing at you. Because they remember what happened the day before. I like to put that stigma on people because every time they see it, they say, man, that man destroyed you. Man. You can't come back no more. But don't try to troll me again. You trying to be away for the next show. That's the kind of person I am. I don't do the keyboard warrior thing. I like to see you in faith, like your mama show, like an MTV, when you got the jokes, you got that punchline, that heavy knockout TKO that you can never come back with. I love to do that. Let me roast you so that you can tuck your tail between your legs and walk home. All this, it means nothing. I'm an IT guy. Why would I respond to your troll? I don't know. To me, I didn't find troll it only affect people with low self-esteem. That's just me. When you have a high, solid self-esteem, high integrity, you know who you are as an individual, troll when I get you. All you can do is laugh, and I'm like, only if I can see on this that you have the low thing. Well, like comedians, they don't like to fight. They go into the stand-up comedy like Chris Rock and literally destroy you because you know why? You cannot show your face no more. If I go on a stage, make a huge bag, roast to you, doing a comedy stand-up, and it's echo across the country, all they got to do is you fly to another country. Oh, I know you. Chris Rock make fun of you. Oh, you got roasted. Yo, you got sons. Damn, you can't come. That hurt more than all this internet troll now, because when people see it and they see you in person, they let you feel it. All these internet troll thing, I'm just waiting for them to make it more marketable so I could get my team without hunting down trolls who want to dock people.
Well, David, we I kind of got it off the trolling. I was just saying, like,
I know. I'm just saying as a man. What I'm trying to say is this: men need to be real men, not these so-called fake modern men who nothing but undercover women who got to put their period pad on. Every time you get them worked up, they're like, get that time of the month.
Is it fair to say that trolls hold them accountable?
So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go on over to JT.
I'm just saying, because I'm that kind of guy. When you're a man, I treat like a man. When you I can't call you cis man, I'm gonna call you a transformer. I don't know, you're Autobot, Decepticon, or Predacon. That's how I would have treat you.
I'm gonna go on over to JT. JT, you've been in this space for a while, man. Is there a balance? Can it make good business sense if you are the host of a platform to allow people to get stuff off their chest if somebody was disrespected? Or in your humble opinion, do you think it can be good for somebody's platform, for viewership? And I don't know, basically in the short run and the long run, I don't really know how the politics work, but I'm really curious about what you got to say about that.
As far as somebody already mentioned it, you would plateau, and I think it was Mandrell that said it. You would plateau when you're in that type of a space. If you're just trying to get some bread, I mean, it works. It works, but there's a plateau that you're going to meet, and when you do that, though, you open yourself up to also get a lot of fire and smoke coming your way. And what happens, and what I've seen in the past, is there has been thousands. Let me rephrase that: hundreds of thousands of people that have died by the sword of YouTube. They've died by the sword of YouTube by being in that business. It does not long term makes any sense, because you will soon die out. It goes to what Information Man was talking about before. It's better to try to be more transparent when you are on these platforms, which Black Man Unfiltered is fairly transparent, and when you get on these ones, when you start poking at people personally, you open up the door for all the dirt to come your way. You can see a lot of these, just like what we was just talking about. You can see a lot of these platforms, such as Tasha K. That's dirt. It's nasty being over that way in those type of platforms. And you got a lot of people that like to be in the trash can. Just do. But she, in my opinion, has died out already. Just because this woman has over 1 million subscribers does not mean that she's actually satisfied into what she's doing. There's a lot of people in the black sector that has over 100,000, 200,000, and the only content they have is trash content. People like trash. They do. However, the quality of your audience, it's going to dictate how long you will last. She has not lasted. Trust me when I tell you, that woman has not lasted. She has way more. If you see that she has 1 million subscribers, imagine how many haters that she have. She just had a venue that she just did some going on, and this was through she kicked what's my man, the lead attorney. She got him escorted out. She was mad because he went to the venue that was he bought tickets, went to the venue. He didn't do anything there other than took videos, was interacting with the small amount of people that was there. From what he showed, and I don't know if you seen it, Scam, like if anybody seen it, from what that man showed, for her to have 1 million subscribers, 10 minutes before her show, it wasn't even packed. You didn't have but probably 3 people upstairs, and you had about a good 25 people that was in the venue.
Really?
Yes. If you go to attorney, he had it. If you go to his channel and you see what he was doing, he got a couple of videos, and he was saying, "Man, I would have expected her to have way more." It's 10 minutes before the show, and there was still empty seats there. There was still empty seats. So when we look at people now, understand this also. People buy subscribers. Understand that. People not only buy subscribers, but they buy likes, they buy comments. So it's something different. Just because she has, it shows that she has over 1 million subscribers, don't mean that she actually have 1 million subscribers. So when we're talking about being in the space, what is our objective? Is it to get the message out? Because if it's to get the message out, that's what we have to concentrate on. We can't concentrate on getting a bunch of likes, getting monetized, and all of those things. We have to concentrate on getting that out. That's going to come. If your message is potent enough, all of those things are going to come. If you're entertaining, if the objective is to be entertaining, right, and be educational, guess what happens? Everything, when you concentrating on that objective, everything else will follow that because you're putting your work in. It's just going to happen. You're going to have people that like what you do. It takes time. But if you want to get out there and you want to get into this space, this YouTube space, because you want to cause havoc, you would make some money at the beginning. But you also run the risk of being demonetized. You also run the risk of being flagged. You know how many people have died by the sword just for the simple fact they made too many enemies? And guess what those enemies do? They go and flag their channel. YouTube don't give a damn. All they looking at is policy. You know how hard it is to get your channel back once it's been flagged? It's very hard. And if you did something
one,
that was
one flag mean it's gone, JT?
No. You got to get 3 flags in order for
3
it to
flags. Okay, all right.
But imagine having like somebody was saying, 100,000 goddamn minions coming at your channel.
I feel you.
100,000 of them flagging your shit.
But JT,
because of something that you didn't say. Who you going? The only thing you can do, you gonna have to be able to take that. That's why when we talk and when you looking at Black Man Unfiltered, my channel, all these, your channel, we have to be careful of who we piss off. Also, I ain't gonna even lie, you gonna have to, because they could come at your channel, bro, and that motherfucker be gone, all based off of them just going on your channel, flagging it, complaining, making complaints. Why we want to deal with that? That's why it is good that when, like what Information Man was saying, no, it's kind of like stay out of that. Put some real content out there. Be transparent. Do these things so you don't even have to worry about all of that.
Hey, JT, a lot of the people who get flagged the most is the ones that are actually telling the truth, trying to avoid conflict and just having a regular conflict. They get flagged more.
No, but what I'm saying is you have a lot of, right, you have a lot of people, they get flagged, but I'm talking about people that have lost their channel and lost the ability to be able to come on. It don't matter if you make another channel. If it's connected to your email, if it's connected to you, if you trying to get paid and it's connected to your bank account and all these different things, bro, you'll never have a channel. You'll never have a channel because you're in the dirt. That's why we try to stay away from being in the dirt, because once you start getting that whole MO, when people start looking at you as, I don't like what he's saying, and then you go and you try to snap back at them and then they try to snap back at you, I'm telling you, it's not a good deal. You got a couple of people right now that's still trying to get their channel. It got to the point where people are saying, screw YouTube now. Guess where they going to? Rumble. This is where everybody is moving to now, because you have people that's out here, and it's not even the people that mix into the dirt. Those ones that mixed in the dirt, you know why you don't hear about them going through all those things? Because they gone automatically. Because they were doing some things that they had no business doing. None. So
go ahead, JT, and let you finish.
Yeah, I'm gonna end it with this. It's just good for us right now as content creators to stay in a space where we're at right now, to make good content, to concentrate on our objective so we can stay out of that. We got enough of those. I've seen the change in the last 3 years. There has been a significant change in YouTube with Black Americans, right? We used to call it the Black sector, right? It used to be the Black sector, and mostly in the Black sector, all you had was a bunch of Black people arguing and calling each other out their name, trolling each other, doxing each other. Now the conversations have gotten a lot better. They've gotten a lot better. Like I said, 2013, I've been in these streets, and I'm telling you right now, before then, before what it is now, it was dirty.
It was
Very dirty.
Bro, it was worse than this.
We got now. One of the things that I'm glad that we have, like the conversations we have now, isn't just Black people talking about it. It's more of an American thing. So we're getting more into American culture, and we're starting to segue from just Black culture. We're starting to be American culture now. One of the biggest reasons is because you have people over the pond that's over in our conversations, especially in the UK. Over in the UK, they're all in our spaces over here. I like it. I like the conversations going to where they're going right now. It's going to take a little more for us to get where we need to go. But if you watch more than just in the Black sector, and you see a lot of these other channels, man, they make a lot of money, bro. And they ain't talking about, they could be just talking about DJing. They can be just talking about how to fix a camera, what type of cameras to get. But it's kind of like the conversation has to be high IQ now. We're making high IQ conversations cool. At some point, it's going, when you see that whole dirty stuff, they're going to be in their own little corner. That's never going to go away. It's just not. But they could be in their own little corner. Right now, they mixing everybody's shit. But as we get more intellectual in our conversations, and we'll be able to talk about everything, it starts to make it more broader. It makes people more comfortable being in these spaces coming from other spaces. That's what it's about. Man, we talking about billions and billions and billions of content creators. We can't act like it's only like a million damn content creators here. There's unlimited amount of money that you can make making content, but you have to be serious about it, and you can't look at the money. You have to look at your objective. The money will come. If you're still going to be on this whole point of how dirty you can be because you want to get views, it's a short-lived career per se. You dig what I'm saying? It's short-lived. But if you want to get out here and whatever is on your mind, it don't have to be to a point where you out here got to read a whole bunch of damn books and shit like that. All you got to do is just talk about what's on your mind. Put a video out, do some lives a couple of times, get out here and argue. The thing is, argument is great. Guess what it is? It's about exchange of ideals, ideologies. It's not the argument itself. It's how you conduct the argument and what comes out of the argument. Did you learn from it? Did your audience learn from it? It's cool to have a hot topic and be passionate about what you're talking about. But if you start getting to the point where you're going to be calling each other names, it goes right back to low IQ. And guess what you got? A bunch of dirty people looking at your shit. And that's basically what you got. But if you can go out there and you can attract all these other people that's out here that really they can come and leave your show and say, man, I thank you for that. I thank you for saying that, because me and my wife were just talking about this, or me and my brother was just talking about this. You get the super chats. Why you think y'all getting super chats right now? People, they appreciate it. And I'm gonna end that, man. I'm gonna land my plane, bro.
I'm gonna get to you, David, but I'm gonna get the Ronan, and then I'm gonna go to Mr. Bennett. Ronan, you've been a part of spaces where the platform controller he let it fly. You know what I'm saying? Like, if there's contention on the panel, what I've seen the culture is they'll let it fly for about 10 minutes and then step in as if they're trying to get some order. But I noticed they will let it go, you know, for a few minutes or whatnot. Do you think that's good and wise and it's good for business? Because let's just be honest. Most people are in these spaces for charity work. Most people are trying to get to a level of success where, you know, they're bringing in some type of dividends. Do you think it makes sense to allow that type of back and forth on panels and stuff? If somebody feels totally disrespected and then it just flies off the handle, do you think that ever makes sense in this space?
I get to the point. In many cases, yeah, it's needed to get addressed, because, like, if it's the disrespect is public, it is the apology or actually a resolution needs to be set in public. But when it starts getting repetitive, that's when you got to cut it short, because now it's taking the time away and direction from the stream or whatnot. So you just can't live and die by that goofiness. Like, it's like, if you're gonna do that, take it offline, because I try to let you guys handle it as adults, but go in the kiddie section to handle that business, or just go out in the street and do what you gotta do. But
you saying sometimes it just go too long? Sometimes
it goes too long. It gets repetitive. It gets a circular conversation. All right, look, this just wrap this shit up. You know, like that's why I sit there and see it. I get the point of addressing it right then and there, because I'm supposed to be two adults handle it, but most people don't think like adults.
I feel you. Mr. Bennett, what you think, Mr. Bennett? Do you think it make good business? Is it good for business on YouTube?
I think it's good business pretty much anywhere, but how long-term it's going to be is another story. I mean, I'm probably the oldest guy here, so I remember going back, talk radio, you know, Black David Union, New York, so you know Mike and the Mad Dog, so you know how they used to go at it all the time. And then also in the late 80s, you had the Morton Downey Jr. show. That might have been like the first show I remember where it was just melee and just, you know, fighting and all that kind of stuff.
That's a good point.
it was good for a minute. I mean, me and the guys in college, we tuned in every night to watch. But it was down. Like, I don't think it lasted no more than 2 years or something like that. And he was gone, you know. So
Mr. Bennett.
Who you talking about, Mr. Bennett?
Morton Downey, did you see when that dude pushed him over that chair that time?
Yeah. No, actually, we had the guy Roy Ennis. He pushed over Al Sharpton in the chair on the show. So yeah, I mean, so that stuff. It made a splash. But Mandrell made a point earlier. It's not like he got the big sponsors, you know, because TV is all about sponsors. So he would get the local car dealership in New Jersey or whatever, but he wasn't pulling, you know, Coca-Cola or any of the big national.
Yeah, wow, that's a good point too.
See what I'm saying, Freezy?
That's a good point.
That's what I'm talking about. When you want to expand and branch out, and you go looking for investors, they're gonna look at your content and be like, nah.
It doesn't go without.
Y'all making some damn good points tonight, man. Go ahead.
So just to the point about the YouTube, I mean, it could, but again, I mean, there have been some where it's like, you know, this has got to end, but it turned around. Like we were on, you know, not too long ago, Information Man and Chaotic, they were kind of going like at it, and then something happened, and it became a respectful conversation. And I was like, wow, I just wasn't expecting that to happen just because of the energy that was going on. So it's hit or miss. I think it's one of those things where, again, a little sprinkle here and there, but it can't be your business platform. I would say that much. It can't be your business model. But to allow some of it to sprinkle in every once in a while where you can then clip that and then play that every once in a while to, gin up some interest. Yeah, but it's like seasoning. You know, one dash too much, and you can ruin a dish with that.
Mr. Bennett says it's like seasoning. Hey, man, you don't want to dig a rabbit hole. You're going to dig it too deep and you can't get out. David, we're going to make your point real quick. We're going to go to Hink and Corey. Go ahead.
I would say this. What Mr. Bennett said, Menjo said, it's totally on point. When you're on YouTube and you're trying to put out content, you first you gotta ask yourself, what are you trying to produce? What are you trying to create? What kind of impact are you trying to put out? I've been using YouTube for a very long period of time, mostly to up my antic, whereby I watch other tech YouTube. I'm an IT guy. So I watch other tech who have the resource and the expand to do those type of crazy ass project that require you to have a lot of space to do it on your own without risking your job or whatsoever, which I can't do at my job. But when I watch a different avenue of YouTube, certain people branch out to the point whereby the amount of sponsorship they're getting is ridiculous, the amount of funding they were getting with their credit, and the amount of input. There's some YouTube content creator out there. It's like a win-win situation. They're promoting business for free, but in return, they're getting the viewerships and the subscribers to the point whereby it's like they making money, you making money, even though they didn't pay you to have them on their platform, but you making a huge killing from having them on your platform in return. And I ask myself this question: all the people jump on social, especially YouTube, in huge numbers trying to make money off garbage. How many investors or ad dollars would you get putting out garbage? How long would that going to last? How long would people get tired of it before they say, no way, okay, that's corny, it's boring, they're going to move away. What are you going to do next? And when you have all that garbage, I hate to say it to you guys out there, the internet, you can't delete your stuff will stay there. 10 years, 20 years later, all that person got to do is look you up. Oh, I remember, you see how all these celebrities trying to have all these professionals trying to scrub the internet of their past information. They'll check your Twitter, they'll check your Facebook, they'll check your YouTube, and use that against you as ammo. So you gotta ask yourself this question. You wanna be that individual who, how would I say, you backed up your own self, you cut off your supply by yourself, you shoot yourself in the foot, or how you say, you put your foot in your mouth for putting the wrong type of content, thinking that it's not gonna come back and haunt you? Like, let that sink in, because in my career, we see these and we just laugh about it too. Do they know they don't come back and haunt them 15 years later? Before you know this, you running for office and all your garbage just pop up on the news. What didn't you say you did this and this? Didn't you dock this guy because you had a beef with him? Look at that idiot from Long Island who lied on his resume. Oh, I work for Goldman Sachs. Right now, his life is ruined. He's trying to play it off. I want to get into the pool and see who wins the bet, how long it would take before he step down or he get arrested. Just let that sink in. Whatever you're trying to do right now, just hope that that thing don't come back and bite you in the butt in a way that it's just so epic. All we're going to do is stand with popcorn and drink and see how you fall. I'm just letting you know.
Hey,
I don't like ugly.
So, hey, Hink, are you there, Hink?
Yeah, I'm here, big bro.
Hink, do it ever make sense, bro? I'm saying, like, do it ever make business sense on YouTube to, you know, a lot of times let the drama fly. You know, if somebody feel disrespected, to allow that discourse to take place on the platform. Does it make business sense on YouTube? What you think? Is there a place for it on YouTube?
Man, it's one of those things, man. Excuse me. It depends on the person. It depends on your standards, what you gonna put up with, what you gonna deal with. It depends on your type of show. If that's the type of show you've been running from the giddy up, you might as well keep running that way. Let it be. You might as well
keep going down that road.
You might as well. If that's what you're gonna do, that's what you're gonna do, and continue to do it. When you try to switch it up every other day, yeah, the authenticity is not there at all. So nobody's gonna take you serious. It's a goddamn joke. But if it stay a joke, continue to be a joke and do what you do, and that's why people like Scam Likely get the rocks off and get their dick hard on some shit like that. But it is what it is. Now, let me say this real fast before I go. Certain topics I just wouldn't talk about, right? I take the mindset like I do at work. I don't talk about religion or politics, but I also don't talk about homosexual, LGBTQ topics. I give a black man credit for even taking that chance on doing that shit. He better than me. I wouldn't even talk about it because I know how I am. I don't want to hear this shit. I really don't want to talk about this shit. Don't bring that shit to me. Again, I wouldn't do it on my show. But if somebody invite me to the show and have me to have a conversation, I'm going to try to be respectful of the show because I know it's not about me. I got to look at the bigger picture. It's about them. And so I'm going to give my opinion. I'm going to share my piece and try to keep it respectful as much as I can. Right? But then if I feel like it's going too far, I'll tap out. Yeah, I'm going to get up out of here because I ain't got time for this bullshit. I ain't with this. I'm going to let y'all have it. But yeah, just like you said, certain things you probably just don't want to touch on unless you feel like you like Dave Chappelle and you know you untouchable. You know what I'm saying? And cancel culture is not nowhere near you. But again, it depends on what you look for. Why I do what I do, man? I just want to send a message to young black men. Am I looking for profit? No, I don't. It's not about that. If that's the case, I wouldn't talk about half the shit I talk about if it's just about a profit. Like you said, low numbers are going to be there because when you telling truth and when you talk about the real, people don't want to do that. Unfortunately, as our people, like somebody said, we love that drama. That's why some of the highest rated shows are bullshit ass reality shows. It's just unfortunate. It's just what we like to partake in and what we like to be entertained by some bullshit that's really not beneficial to us. But yet we can't take our eyes off it like a car crash. So, hey man, as far as this other stuff, yeah, you got to be kind of worried. It depends on like I said, depends on your agenda. If you don't have agenda, you don't have really a high moral compass or standards, man, and do trash bullshit, get trash people, and rock out. So Scam Likely could come over and enjoy himself.
He said if you done took, he said if you done took that route, you got to keep going that route.
Don't keep switching up talking about now you won't get all holy and down. No, you heathen motherfucker. They
can't get saved. They got saved though.
Yeah, okay. Believe me if you won't.
Careful what you ask for.
Now you want to be conscious. Now you want to talk about
consciousness. Say, folks, they backslide every once in a while. You ain't no different from us.
Hey, I'm a multi-purpose hybrid troll.
I hear you.
Hey, Corey, are you there, Corey?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Corey, what you think, man? This he ain't crazy. What you think? Do it make good business sense? I mean, just to let the tension fly. Somebody get disrespected, and let's just say if it's your platform, do you think there's ever a place for the tension and the back and forth, whatever? What's your views on that?
Well, I mean, they got shows like Jerry Springer and stuff, but even though when you sit down and you watch it a little bit, after a while you got to change the channel because your brain starts to melt. It just happens. You can watch it I mean, comedians have been roasting politicians and other actors and stuff, and and they got a way they do it, but it's not something you can listen to 24/7.
Right.
And content creators, if they start doing it when they first get on, and their numbers, their followers, subscribers, whatever, they shoot way up, and then you spend a couple years, 5 years or whatever, eventually your crowd is going to age out of that nonsense. They're going to move on. I mean,
you're going to get saved.
Yeah, they just move on because, I mean, you say the name Jerry Springer, everybody knows about it, but they're not going to flock to watch him. It's always the same content. Once you've seen it, one show, you've seen them all.
Hey, Corey, Jerry Springer didn't even watch Jerry Springer.
Well, I'm a white guy. I was using a white guy for a metaphor. But
well, now he got two shows, Jerry Springer and Judge Jerry Springer. I was like, how is the judge?
I think everybody agrees on this one point, right? And I think Mr. Bennett said this precisely. A little sprinkle here, a little season there, it won't hurt. But just to be known for that type of content, it could cocoa you.
I'd rather undersalt my food than over it. Not everyone in this planet is going to agree with me, but a little too much salt, everyone's the whole dish.
Right, because I remember an episode on Roland Martin's show where he had Umar Johnson on there, and I think he had two conservatives. Was it two conservatives?
Yeah, it was.
They was coming at him. And that show went viral, right? That's probably one of his biggest viewed shows.
Right.
But Roland Martin is not known for that type of content, right? So I do think it can help put a highlight on your platform. But as far as
honestly, I don't even know if that's true anymore. Because I mean, his stuff now on his channel, it's so loose. Like then he was at TV One, so he had to be a little more PC over there. But his channel now, it's like anything goes, any language goes. I mean, it's kind of hard to think that you're supposed to be watching a quote unquote news program. But it's half barbershop so that it is news.
No, it's his network now.
I know. I'm just saying it's a lot looser than it was back then. You're going to have a lot more firestorms than him. I mean, I got to take him in doses also because a lot of times the dialogue just gets contentious. He won't let people talk. So it's like if you're not going to have
that was what happened with that was what happened with Dr. Umar also, and that was on TV One when he had Dr. Umar on there. And even though Dr. Umar, he lost his cool and he lost his talking points because they was eating his ass up, and it was because he got upset. He got upset, and it was the same thing that happened with Tasha K and that other guy. And when that dude lost his cool, what did she do? She got calm. She started smiling with that dumbass smile. That's what happened with them damn conservatives. They got very calm and they smiled and they seen that he lost his cool, and he started talking about things that he started actually going at them personally instead of saying, let me stay on my square. So it goes back to what you was just talking about, no cap. Is it imperative for us? Is it imperative for us to stand on our square as men in these spaces? It is very imperative because a lot of us, once we lose our cool, we don't know how to act with decorum anymore. We don't. We end up saying some of the most dumbest shit, and I don't know. I've been guilty of it myself. When I get mad, I would say some shit and I would go hard. And I look at it and I say, damn. They got me. I lost.
Yeah, you ain't by yourself, JT. You ain't by yourself.
Let me Freezy, didn't you see that that stream last night where someone was saying, you guys see, no, you guys have to keep your frame, and you talk about no, you guys act feminine all the time, and you claim people are masculine.
He was the main.
But then, right, I was about to say, but then 3 sentences later, you guys are stupid. That's fucking stupid. like 3 sentences later, he's talking to them about how losing your frame makes you look feminine. Look, hey, Dusto, you'd hit it on the timer like 3, 2, 1. It was crazy.
Man, Drew, here's the thing. Us trolls know how to start that fire. Trolls are the ones who expose
back on trolling. He love trolling.
No, I'm saying.
You guys are stupid. I mean, he was going off, but I was like,
he can't help himself.
Like, man.
Hey, Black Baby.
Y'all think trolling is just some little.
Let me
Brody, where your sword at, man?
We got to get ready for the super chats, Black David. The rest of the super chats.
No problem.
We're gonna bring up the super chats. Yeah, bring up the super chats. The rest of the super
left that. Oh yeah.
I think MC Heavy Tits. We left off from MC Heavy Tits, I think.
Yeah, we're live for the
Okay. So I haven't read this one yet. Okay. Strike patrol with the fireball. In other sectors. Oh, I read that one already. They're sending SWAT to your house. Okay, MC Heavy Tits with the fireball. Trolling is not doxing and swatting. OGJ Speed with the fireball said, I don't know where to send these Pride Day t-shirts now. They draft Mandrill #1 draft pick, and he got way fluffed or something. Okay, OGJ Speed.
That guy's a legend.
Okay, so
J Speed. You know what? See,
oh Lord.
You know what? I'm gonna leave it alone. Y'all can crack on me all you want to, man. I mean, I don't regret doing that show. I stand by that show.
Not yet.
I stand by that show. No, I stand by the way that it went down. I had plans to make it was supposed to be a series. Y'all, JT, you especially. Y'all fuck.
You know I'm calling you. I am calling you to the head of the congregation tomorrow.
Hey, listen, listen. Here's the thing. That we as a show, I had Mr. Bennett there. I had Freezy.
That's what trolls are for.
I had Freezy. I had Mr. Bennett there, and it was fantastic.
Okay,
and it was supposed to be a series, but then came Friday. Y'all messed all that up.
You had
all of it. Y'all blew
masculinity came and overruled.
Hold on, man. Why are you gonna do a series on this?
Because here's the thing, because it was a conversation that I wanted people to get something out of, and you're not going to solve it with just one conversation. The first conversation was to be, since there are people who say that they don't feel heard, no one understands their point of view, no one knows their point of view, no one listens to them, everyone ignores them. Okay, let's let this first episode be where they come here and everybody hears them out. Hear their point of view, hear their perspective. Don't do that.
They got on the microphone, bro.
Anyway, they got on the microphone. So they got up there and I said, okay, let everybody let them have their say. That's what episode went like. The first episode went like that. Now the second episode was going to be, okay, we've heard what they had to say. Here are our challenges to your perspective. And that's when everyone comes up and challenge them on their points of view. Third episode, okay, we've heard their point of view. We heard the challenges. Here are the solutions that everyone must. I wasn't gonna let nobody up on the panel unless you had a solution. You had to, for the third episode, you couldn't come on my panel without a solution to something in regards to that.
And
that was the plan for it. That was the plan for it. But the second episode was the debate of views.
But man, why have them on the show It's going to be a series, and we talking about emasculating men. Why have them up on that?
Oh, I didn't do that now.
Yeah.
That wasn't me. Wednesday night was my show. Friday night.
I was still recovering. I came into the barbershop on Friday. I was like, I was worn out from Tuesday. I wasn't recovered yet.
Right. Hey, Hank, barbershop conversation. That's
was
that
Black
unofficial
Man.
show. Wednesday nights, unapologetic.
Man
It's my
Girl
show. And so Friday night,
Wednesday, right? You're right. It's Wednesday.
Yeah. So Friday, Black Man said, "Hey, you can invite Conscious TV, and Reckless Logic if you want to." I said, "Okay, cool." I shot them the link and said, "Hey, this is a barbershop conversation."
No, Black Man, no.
I didn't know what the topic was going to be about.
It doesn't matter what it's going to be, man. Drell.
But look,
Why
that's what I'm saying.
He said it's okay to invite him. I thought it'd be safe.
You gotta let some stuff marinate. Like I said, that was a major show on Wednesday. Let it marinate, let it kind of get in, let us get and then get back into it. But I'm going.
Mandrell, so you said at the time that you had the link, you invited them, you didn't know the topic at all.
I didn't. I thought, I didn't know it was gonna be like that.
Hold on.
You know. Wait, hold on. You know what, Hank? Hold on. Stop. Hold on, Hank. I will take responsibility for that. I'm with you. It is my fault. I will put that burden on my back. Yes, I will. That's my Friday night was my fault.
Yeah, but
here's the thing. Also, you gotta understand, I'm new at this whole YouTube thing. You know,
look, I seen it coming because
you want to
it's a good lesson.
Toasted for one main reason.
The same thing when you do the same way in the corporate world. Some things you just can't. You just need to leave alone.
Well, like I said, let it go for a while. Like I said, like the temptation a lot of times back to Freezy's. It's like you get that heat. Oh, it was a great show. You get the hits and the likes. Oh, let's do it again. Nah, let it.
Damn that! I'm not gonna let this shit fly. Black man knew what the fuck he was doing.
JT, are you trolling something?
That man said, "Oh, y'all look."
Listen, Black man orchestrated that shit. Black man orchestrated. Let me tell you where I knew when I started laughing. When he said, "All right, I'm about to ask everybody around the panel. This is the question. What is masculinity?" And I'm gonna start with conscious.
I'm like,
like I said,
here's the thing. Now, to Dr. Mr. Bennett's point, each episode in that series is going to be separated by a week. So, say I did one this week, we're going to skip next week. I was going to do a different show the next week, but then the week after that, and I would announce, in between weeks, like, okay, next week we're doing part 2, just so everybody can get ready and have their notes ready. If they need to rewatch the last show, rewatch it so you can take your notes, have your questions, have your arguments ready. You know what I mean? And they were ready for that. It was supposed to be a series, but then, like I said, 2 days later.
Hey, but look,
that was the first show I sent out to my fam. I said, "Look, I'm going to be on this show. We're going to be talking about this. I wanted critique." So my daughter's watching the show. My wife is watching the show. It's like I really want their input in terms of how this is going to go. Because I was like, I was going into a room. I didn't know I was
my
going
bad,
into.
Mr. Bennett. God damn, my bad.
What was it, Wednesday show or Friday show with Mr. Bennett?
The Wednesday show.
The Wednesday show.
Oh, okay. Here's the thing.
Wednesday
Mr. Bennett, all the goodwill we gained, okay, all the new subscribers I brought to the platform. And here comes JT and Freezy bullying people.
You cannot call my masculine antics bullying. I am what it is.
First of all, he said all the new subscribers I brought. Motherfucker, you don't
want them goddamn subscribers.
You want them other ones. You know, let them be where they need to be at. Leave them where they lay. No,
if y'all get a chance,
JT say, I don't want them goddamn subscribers.
JT and Breezy bullying people.
If y'all get a chance, please please go look at that damn the one on side, the barbershop talk, and look at Black Man's face. He was ready. He said, "All right, everybody, I'm about to ask this question."
I don't think he was ready. I think he was bracing
That's what I'm
himself.
trying to explain to you
Hey,
guys.
also, here's the thing. Also, hold on. We
Black
are doing.
man
Here's the thing. We are doing part 2 now. We are. That is a go. It's going on. It's gonna be happening next Friday, next week, Friday. It's gonna be on, but it's not gonna be here on Black Man Unfiltered Network. It's gonna be on Conscious TV Network, his channel. So we are doing part 2.
So now you're going into the other end, huh?
So we've decided to give them let them play a home game. You know what I'm saying? They was on the road. They went on the road. They came up here.
First of all, it was you. You the one wanted it. You should have had it on your. I'm not going to that.
Hey,
now you're gonna let the alternative lifestyle control what you do.
No, it's not like that. Everything has to be negotiable. It has to be done right, Hank. That's the thing. It has to be done right.
I'm gonna say this.
You can't guarantee that.
Black man
only way you can guarantee it if you do it on your show.
They say we coming to their house, Hank. They cooking spaghetti.
I ain't putting no damn phone in there.
Alternative lifestyle.
You know what, Breezy? You know what, Breezy? That's why you're not coming. That's why you're not coming, Freezy.
Everybody get your margaritas out. Everybody get your margaritas.
By that. I don't think he heard.
All trolls report to this show.
He said
all Bonner Henry trolls, all trolling 60s. Be at that show.
Okay, hold on. Now, Mr. Bennett, if you're available,
Mr. Bennett trying not to laugh, man.
now here's the thing. So far for part 2, it's gonna be me and Black Man. So far, we're the only two straight people that I know of.
Sis,
so, I mean,
sis.
Yeah.
That's right, sis.
Cisgender,
straight,
cisgender
men. The only man is gonna be
right.
Okay, yeah. So far, I got myself. I got Black Man. I wanted to ask someone. I wouldn't dare bring Hink over there. I got someone. I know Hink ain't coming. JT, you've been banned. They said JT. They told me. Now Freezy, they like.
What am I supposed to do? Die? I supposed to lie?
No, it's not that.
I wasn't invited.
Now Freezy, they like Freezy, okay? But JT, they said they don't even want you to watch. They
hey man, I'm a man. I'm a man about my. Listen, hold on. And there's some serious ass shit right here. I got some real serious some views up. Hey, but listen, this is some serious shit right here. I understand why they don't want me over there because I asked an intricate question. I asked one of them, were you matriotic or patriotic? Did anybody hear answer? Nobody heard an answer. So I understand why they would want me over there because I'm gonna ask some intricate questions.
Well, that was a good question too, JT. To be fair, JT, that's a real good question.
They never answered.
To be fair, that was a real good question. But we're gonna be doing part 2. So far, it's just me and myself and Black Man Unfiltered. I gotta think. Probably bring Freezy. I might ask Freezy again.
So watch this though, Black Mandrell. Watch this. You see how they discriminate? You see how they discriminate?
How so?
The thing is, they have home court advantage.
He got a good point now.
They're going to tell you who can and who can't come. When you let them in your house, anybody could have came in. They got there in the house. They came in there. They were saying whatever the fuck they wanted to say. It was a weird feeling, dog. When everybody sat down, this is how all the men came down and sat down when they was watching. They came in and they was like, "What the fuck just happened? Is that a man right there? What kind of conversation we about to have?" This is what you had people saying. Now the conversation could have went very well, but I'm gonna tell you right now, they started out being disrespectful.
Okay. Listen. I can't.
If I'm not welcome in their home, okay, all right, that's cool. So how do you, my man, propose that we bridge the gap?
That's what we're gonna tackle.
How? See, y'all going over there. This is my thing. Y'all going over there with mittens on. Y'all going over there.
No, we're
with,
not.
Shit.
No. Here's the thing. I told them up front that I said the second one before we did the first episode. I said the second episode is going to be way different from the first one. There's going to be a lot of hard ass questions. It's going to be a very, very difficult and uncomfortable conversation. The second one is. I told them up front that second conversation ain't going to go like the first one. I told them the first one said you might get some questions and comments. They might sound off color, but it's coming from a place where people don't know. You know what I'm saying? I said because I've talked to them.
You at the mercy of them, though, Mandrell.
Yeah.
You at the mercy. You being submissive to them.
First of all, Hank, First of all, Hank, I ain't at the mercy of nobody. Word up, you dig? I'm in nobody's. Listen,
Hank said that just now.
I'm in nobody's mercy. Hey, hold on, except my lady, but she's special.
Wow.
Other than that.
Look here, don't worry.
No.
They've been known to dress up.
No, they don't look like her though. They don't look like my lady though. Hey,
David. I think we finna get ready for final thoughts, y'all.
I tried not to laugh, Hank, man. I tried not to laugh. What the?
Set it up, Mandrell, y'all gonna get smoked, bro.
Hey, whatever. Don't matter.
I'm taking bets 3-1 odds.
Okay, do that. Do that.
That motherfucker got 50,000 goddamn subscribers. So
Tell us if you want.
windmilling on y'all ass.
Hey, what?
But here's the thing. So far,
yeah, that motherfucker got like 40-something thousand.
JT, here's the thing. Here's why I would want you there with me and Black Man
going over there, bro.
Like that question you just asked. Are you a matriarch or a are you matriarchal or patriarchal? I need you or someone like you who's going to ask questions like that. That's why I would want you in that conversation. And I'm trying to get you in there.
You can ask the same question.
I can.
Yeah,
and I don't have a problem with that. But I don't have a problem with that.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I can't go in the belly of the belly of the beast, bro, because they already dog. If you look at that thing, I didn't say too much. Me nor Hink said a lot that was in there.
I don't remember Hink saying 2 words.
That's why I said what I was gonna say. It was gonna be very poignant. When that motherfucker said that and called me,
they scared of.
They have to be because I didn't say too much of nothing. All I told because we were talking about, and it was like I said. That boy, man, that boy, Black Man, something different. He said, not only that, remember when we got into it, what was it? What was when Black Man asked, what was the meaning of masculinity? And what I said, you remember what I said? Because this is what started it all. We went at it for a minute. Then Conscious tried to apologize to me. And I was like, wait, you might want to hold your apology because what I'm about to say, you about to be back mad at me again. And when I told him, I said, I think it was Conscious or it was the other guy that I said that they are the opposite of what we're talking about manhood. All I said was that they were the epitome of what manhood isn't. Remember when I said this is what made
they took offense to that too,
right? And I said it, and so then that's when the motherfucker kept trying to overtalk me. I said, "Well, fuck it, ain't nobody probably gonna hear me anyway." So I said, "You motherfuckers are dropouts. You're manhood dropouts." And from that point on, not only on Black Man's,
you did say that.
Not only on Black Man's, but they had a 7-hour
after show,
live after show
about you calling it. And JT, they have not. It's JT. Let me tell you this: they have not let me forget that you said that either.
And I stand on it. Like I said,
they need to let that shit go because they were talking about me, I'm a bottom and all that shit.
It's gonna take.
That's why I said what I said.
And hold on, here's the thing. It's gonna take.
What they were saying.
Hey, listen.
I stand on it.
In order for a bitch to be built built, there's gonna have to be a lot of letting shit go from both sides. Ours and theirs.
Wall up. We can keep the wall up. I'm cool with it.
See what I'm saying, JT? You can't be like that. You gotta build bridges, man.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Let me tell you right now. For a show of hands, how many men is fine if the wall stays up between us?
See, none of them. Only you.
Wait a minute, what wall?
Y'all want to bridge the gap?
Yes, we want to bridge the gap.
This is why I like the conversation, because there might be it's not the people on the panel. It might be some young boys that's watching the show that might be in between trying to make a pivotal decision or some shit like that. But when they listen to Freezy, he gonna say, "Hell no, I ain't finna be no damn punk."
So okay. Now, Freezy, does that mean that you want to bridge the gap? Does that mean that you want to bridge the gap? Does that mean you want to bridge the gap?
Ain't nobody saying be a punk.
No, I'm talking about for the young boys that's watching. For the young boys that's watching.
But what do you mean by bridge the gap? Like, what do you mean?
Here's the thing. The thing is, okay, the whole LGBTQ movement, right? They've been making political headway, social headway. The U.S. government has made television networks, radios, everything is made moves to include them and to be more inclusive, right? So, but here's the thing: when it comes to the black people in that movement, in that culture, they're being left out of all of that.
That's facts.
So, to top that off, pause.
Y'all finna start talking about homeboy drilling.
Wait, hold on. To top that off, pause. They also get shit for being gay. They get shit for being black because it's really, really racist in that culture. The black people have been left out of everything, and plus they get it from their own families because they come from black families, and their families are ashamed of them being gay. So I was like, okay, listen, hold on. One of these things has to stop. People like, but they're gay. I'm like, so what? All I see are black people who are in trouble. We're all in trouble. Hold on. My thing is, they're all in trouble. He asked me what kind of bridge am I trying to build? I'm trying to build at least peaceful cooperation between the straight community and the LGBTQ community within the black community. At least we're not fucking with them like everybody else is. At least we can stop at least that much for them.
So if anybody's seen the Wednesday and the Friday show, and if you go on Conscious TV and you look at that other show, you tell me how we can bridge a gap. Like I told you, Drelly, look at that video and look at it, because we broke that. Hold on. We broke it down. They came in the door with their fist balled up. They came in the door talking about how bad patriarchy is and how good single mothers are. Men ain't shit. The other one said in our back chat, the one with the do-rag, that's why we hate you niggas.
Yeah.
How we gonna bridge the gap? That's my point. How we gonna bridge the gap?
It's not.
And then when I ask a question like, so are you matriarchy or patriarchy? Because it was pertinent to what they said. They didn't even answer it. In fact, they followed up on calling me out of my name.
They didn't answer it because they didn't know what they meant. They don't even know what those words mean.
Here's the thing.
Hold on. So to my man here, I'm not trying to do anything like I'm not trying to perform a miracle here. All I'm saying is, right. I'm not doing that. All I'm saying is, if they're being fucked with like that, at least they don't have to get it from their own kind. Because we tend to be the most forgiving, understanding, inclusive, all this other bullshit. We want to kiss the white man's ass because it's ice water's colder. But when it comes to us, ourselves, straight, gay, don't matter. We're horrible to each other. It's like black people hate themselves.
But that's not the case.
That's what I keep saying. That's not the
case. Black people are the most throw out the white flag for anybody and everybody.
Yeah.
Except ourselves, Hank.
We're all not victims, man. We'll accept the bullshit of ourselves. We'll pray to criminals. We'll throw parties to dudes coming out of jail. We'll throw parties because he crossed over.
Right.
We'll throw parties for single women who having kids without the father in their lives.
Right, but if a guy gets a degree, or if a guy gets married, if a guy gets a promotion, nothing. We
don't celebrate that. We don't
celebrate that.
We celebrate the trash. So to sit there and say we don't accept the homosexual community, oh, we do, because they part of the trash.
Hey, Mandrell, why don't you have a show celebrating that instead of going this route?
I mean, and then part of the problem is they equated their fight to what the black fight was, and you can't equate those two things.
No.
Here's the thing. I agree. That's two completely different situations.
I don't do Victim Olympics.
But fair enough. Then you're not in the conversation.
But here's the thing, man.
You're right.
Gotcha. I mean, if you want to express your opinion, by all means do so. But I'm not going to ask you. But I'm not going to ask you
to forfeit, bro. Throw in the towel.
I'm not going to ask you to. I'm not going to ask you to join me in the fight or nothing like that.
Hold on, let me tell you something.
The scam. I'm not. What's up? What's up?
I get what you're trying to do. You had a different type of angle you were trying to pull. What I was trying to tell you that even though what you're doing is the big thing, it was something courageous. In the upper political circle, they don't invite those people in those type of black town hall conversation. They've been exiled for a long time. And I've been watching them for a while. I said, wow, you have all different sectors of the black community coming together for a black town hall. But that particular group was never invited on multiple black town hall meetings to be had across the country. And I get that. What you try to do is completely different. But here's the problem. Those people are already fixated in their view, regardless, even though you try and give them an olive branch. I get what JT was coming from. I get what Friedrich, I get what Hank was coming from. You had a different logic, what I respect you for, but I know it's the risk to take. You see what Black Man said. Black Man said he was pandering and fighting for F that.
All right, well, listen. He's the one that's going to be gloving up with me on Friday. I want to see what he brings. I want to see what he brings.
Hey, look, for the first 5 minutes of the damn show, because if Black Man go in that motherfucker being Black Man unfiltered, they're not going to allow him to speak, bro. Think about this. If that was the case, if that was going to be, why not do a simulcast then? We have the technology to do it. Why not do a simulcast?
You really want to do that? You want to do a simulcast? Because I'm talking. Black Man and I are still talking about this. And we mentioned it to each other.
Listen, you my brother, and listen. Even though we have a difference of opinions on a lot of things, I do understand your intentions, but I gotta be 100 with it. We can't, when you're talking about us and our ideology as men, it's going to be a major contrast with us because they stand for the total opposite of what we as men stand for. We're about family. They're not. They're about taking on the heterosexual, what do they call it? Come on, goddamn, my man with all the words. He can bring up not Mr. Bennett, in the corner pocket right there, Ronan. Ronan be coming up with some words on your ass. They would use all of our text, like for instance, they would talk about, well, you don't have to be a man and a woman to have children, while they are the product of heterosexual activity. They're the product of it. And they're talking against it. They're talking against it, bro.
I don't think they're talking against it, though.
Boy, if you come out here with that whispering shit again, they are. There's how can you explain this? How can you explain this?
When you say something like this to me,
explain this, brother. When we asked them a simple question, they got to talking about all kind of stuff. When it came on to slavery and all that crazy ass shit, we asked them a simple question. The simple question was, but it was two. One was,
JT, are we having this conversation tomorrow night?
Oh, we got a big.
Okay, cool. Let's save it for tomorrow night. Let's save it for tomorrow night.
All right. If they want to do this, let them
We're supposed to have this conversation tomorrow night.
Yeah, we're gonna have it tomorrow. I'm gonna end it. Matter of fact, you are absolutely right. My whole thing is this: we have a lot to talk about. I do want to have the conversation, but I'm not going to have the conversation with people that are not going to respect that we are heterosexual men, not cis men and all that other bullshit that they want to give us. We are heterosexual men, and we have questions about their ideology. That's all it is. And if they don't want to respect that, we can't bridge any gaps. It is what it is.
Fair enough.
I hate to tell that.
I'm in that.
David, Black Man said pull up his comment.
Yeah, and I'll say this because you and I, JT, are gonna say this for tomorrow night because I agree with J Speed. However you look at it, it's a shitty deal.
What he wanted.
It is a shitty deal.
However you look at it, it's a shitty deal.
Man, Drill likes it. He likes being a mercy of them dudes.
You know what I'm saying, man? Look, your boy.
All right, guys, listen. We're gonna continue this conversation just so everybody know on JT's platform tomorrow night. So y'all stay tuned, man. JT will be having this conversation tomorrow. So we're gonna be over there. So we're gonna have
you're announcing my crucible, huh?
Yes.
It's a tribunal tomorrow. That's what it is. And I'm the one on trial. And I'm the one on trial. It is. It's a fucking
all right, man. Okay.
It's a fucking
let me get that
That's what
super
it
chat,
is.
David. Let me get that super chat, David. So let me get JC.
That's fine, JT. I don't care. You know
JC
me.
said
With
the $2.
I have nothing to run, JT.
JP said with the $2 ball, he say, however you look at it, Mandrell, it's a shitty deal. Okay, so we're gonna get our final thoughts in.
Listen, big man. You're the one. Hey, look, he's the one that's gonna glove up with me tomorrow. And we're gonna go. Hey, like I said, part 2 was supposed to be like, okay, everyone saw the first one. We've heard them out. They've had their say. Now it's time for us to challenge your ideology. That's what the second episode was supposed to be. But thanks to some people, couldn't wait. Could you, JT? You just couldn't wait.
Couldn't hold it in.
You and Driscoll, the two of you, Driscoll really did it. Driscoll really did it. You were number 2, actually, JT. Driscoll was number 1.
Driscoll went hard.
Yeah, you actually the second. Yeah, you were number 2.
I was number 3. I was number 3.
No, Freezer, they like you. You ain't bother them.
Oh, okay. So look at him. Go ahead with that shit, Hank. Okay.
Yeah. Freezy's welcome back.
I'm gonna see. Like I said, I want to see if it might be. I might bring Freezy back, man. But Freezy, don't take it. Freezy, I got an idea for another person.
No, you.
If I get him, look. If I can get him, it's not if I can get him. He's he's ready. He's
who you talking about?
And ready.
You can't disclose it.
Big Mike.
Oh, Big Mike drop. Okay.
That's what I'm trying to get over there. So it's a matter of convincing them to let him come.
Yeah.
Pause.
Okay.
But
go ahead and give your final thoughts, Dre. How you sum it up? Add to the topic. What's your final thoughts on the topic?
Oh, final thoughts on the topic, gentlemen. You cannot match energies with a woman. If she's pissed off, the more pissed off she gets, the more pissed off she gets, the more calm you make yourself. Your energy has to be the opposite of hers when she's pissed off. It has to be. Otherwise, it's just going to go nowhere. Nothing's going to get done. Nothing's going to get accomplished. Calm yourself down because that's Corey's an old man. He'll tell you that's the way to do it. The more angry she gets, now if you're dealing with a dude, I understand, but you also have to still have to recognize how to de-escalate a situation. That's all. That should always be your number one goal in any conflict. De-escalate the situation as much as possible.
Mandrell.
What's up, Black Man Unfiltered?
I know that you're not over here still trying to get people to accept the cheek clappers of 2023. Now you want us to go over to their channel and get on their platform so they can ramrod us over there.
They're not gonna ramrod me. Nothing like that. Nothing.
They already have.
That's MLK over there.
Yeah, you rammed out,
Mandrill.
That's the spirit of.
I wasn't going to come on tonight,
I know,
but I had to come on to say that you got to stop it, Mandrill, before people start thinking that you on aisle 5 at Walmart.
Then why are you joining for me for round 2?
You know, if you watch the Diet Dr. Pepper commercial, Liz Sweet says, "Sweet, oh yeah, Liz Sweet on a tiny horse." So, but Mandrill, I'm praying for you. When you go over there, hopefully you have a padlock on your ass.
You can't wait. You're gonna be there too.
Listen now, I want you to know something. If I go over to that channel, I'm not gonna hold nothing back. Pause.
Okay.
Pause.
Just saying.
Because anything you say over there can and will be used against you in the court of law.
Or in you.
So I guess we'll go over there and have a conversation with Mary J. Blige and Tevin Campbell.
Like I said, I'm gonna see if I can get Big Mike dropped there with us, and because
get Westside Cooling too.
No.
Mr. Bennett, are you okay, Mr. Bennett?
I can't. I'm not getting Westside Cooling for that. Big Mike drop is gonna ask them real questions.
Mandrill,
Big Mike drop is enough. Okay.
If you want to be fair, Mandrill, you should have 5 real niggas and 5 ex niggas. It should be me, JT, World Class.
Yes, World Class.
Dirty Folks.
Dirty Folks.
Really? You think I should bring Dirty Folks?
Folks.
Yeah. And Freezy.
I'm gonna call Dirty Folks up tomorrow and see if he's interested.
Oh yes, it'll be Marvel versus DC. Goddamn it!
That's actually not a bad idea.
But they're not gonna want to have multiple real niggas on there. You know that.
Hold on. Okay, so you mean Dirty Folks? You mean Dirty Folks Freeze?
Listen. The only way I'm gonna come, because now pause. The only way that I'll click on that link, pause again.
I'm not laughing
I don't know what to
It's
say. These
funny.
niggas have all the words taken.
Man took the words and the damn syllables.
OG J Speed, how about that? We're gonna get OG J Speed.
Oh no, well, the only way I would agree to this match is that I would have to have the Ghostbusters with me. And that's going to be JT, me, Dirty Folks, Freezy, and World Class.
Match. No, Big Mike drop coming. I already got Mike.
Oh, well, tell Mike to drop the mic another day because you need to have real niggas over there.
No, what I'm saying is, you think World Class gonna be some? Mike gonna make it worse.
Mandrill, I already got a song together.
You think
there's something strange in the neighborhood? Who you gonna call? Game Busters. We coming, goddammit. Pause.
No, I think World Class will kill it, dog.
No, not like Mike.
Mandrill, the only thing I'm scared of is that we're gonna get over there on that panel, and after you come, then you're gonna come back over here to Black Men Unfiltered Network and unapologetic. You're gonna come on the camera with cherry lipstick on. And
But here's the thing, though. If I get Mike and World Class, it's over right there.
Yeah,
like if I got those two, there would be no need for anyone else to be on the panel.
Yeah, World Class gonna tear that ass up. What? Pause.
I'm gonna tell him you said that too. I'm gonna tell him you said that too. But anyway,
I think you should go get Chaotic Truth too.
You know what? Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. You think I should ask him?
Yes.
He won't be interested though. I don't think he'd be interested, but he'd be like, Mandrill, listen. No, he'd be like, Mandrill, what is this all
Well,
about?
we need to get. Well, you know what?
What are you trying to do here?
After how they abused my brother Hink and told Hink that they would give him so much good head that they would need a neck brace, I think Hink should be there too to defend himself.
Yeah, Hink, you're the one they came on to. They came on to all over the internet.
JT, that X-Man told Hink,
X-Man,
I will give you so much good dome that I'll need a neck brace when I'm done.
Pause, man. Damn.
Oh man, them your homeboys, Mandrill.
But that's your second time saying that without pausing.
You know, gentlemen.
Now, man, hold on, Mandrill. This your third time having a conversation on the panel with him. Now, what we talking about here?
I'm just glad that I'm actually disqualified for this next conversation.
You are, yeah, Corey.
Brother Corey.
Corey said, I'm glad. Corey said, I'm glad y'all ain't even considering me for this one.
Well, Corey, you know what, Corey? Hold on a minute, Corey. We do need a little white power over there.
Though. Bring everybody else up too.
Corey, we need a little white power over there.
Okay,
so you come on over too and give your point of view. We need some white power over there.
Yeah. Because it's Corey. Here's how it's gonna go. It's gonna be me and the guys. Okay.
No, name the guys.
Hold on. Versus. Here's the thing. Versus
the X-Men.
No. Versus the queer community and a bunch. Wait, stop laughing. Y'all need to hear. Wait, y'all need to hear what we're up against. Okay.
Yeah, we know what you're up against.
Pause. Corey, damn.
It's just too many jokes, bro. This is too.
Damn, Corey. We know what you're up against, Corey.
The fact that black man keeps saying the X-Men, it give me the wrong
Hey, Black David, I only advise you go over there because I heard they love that Nigerian booty.
I'm gonna just call me Casper because I'm not gonna be fat.
I can hear Black David now. Hey, JT, I can hear Black David right now. Number one, you're not gonna touch my booty.
You're not gonna touch my booty.
No, here's the problem.
No, we need Black David. We need him in the bushes with the dart gun. Just
number one.
Let me give you a real
story. Are you okay over there?
Let me give you a real story. What really happened?
Number two.
When I used to work for UPS. The Transformer came to me at one point in time. Be funny. I warned him.
Transformer came to me one more time.
The
more you touch me, I take my hand and I put it to the wall.
Come upon you.
Number two. I'd not gonna be nice.
I let them know.
I come from a polygamous background.
Bounce.
But anyway, here's the thing. It's gonna be It's gonna be a bunch of angry, hurt women and the queer community. Wow. All of it. All of the queer.
Why?
And half of every angry, hurt woman on the planet. Like it's gonna be like I need an arsenal. That's why Black Benefits is gonna be there. That's why Big Mike Drop's gonna be there. I'm trying to get Freezy, man. Freezy.
Mandrill.
They like you, Freezy. That's what I was like. No, we like Freezy, but that's what I want to conversation. I'm like, Freezy.
Mandrill, what did I tell you at the first beginning? I said you don't need no heterosexual men on this show. It needs to be just you and them. And you interview all of them and get the chat involved and you be right there. They're little lamb dumpling, lemonade, lemon head. You be right there asking all the questions. Make sure you take your hat off because man, you know I love you, man.
Do you guys not understand what I'm trying to do here? Like honestly, and how hard this is to pull off.
You're trying to intimately.
No easier, JT.
You're trying to intimately connect straight men with X-Men.
No, not intimately. No, not intimately. But I mean, at least get along. I mean, we can have our different ideology. Yes, we can have that. However, there is enough common ground.
You know, she's gonna watch this.
She's gonna be fine with it. Here's the thing. Now, when I pitched this show, that show to my sister, she was like, "You want to do what now?" Like that was her honest reaction. You want to do what now?
Mandrill.
And then I explained it to her. She's like, "Okay, but why though?"
Mandrill.
My sister was saying this, right? And so the thing is, she wasn't sure how I was going to go about doing it, like how I was going to execute it, and it went fantastic. She told me, she said on camera, "You know what? This is good. This is a brilliant idea, Mandrill. Brilliant. Woo! Thank you."
How about, hey, Mandrill, how about we let them live their lives and we live ours? We have a duty to please our wife's booty, and they have a duty to be on booty duty. And so that's two different things.
That's what I told him. I mean, if you want to walk around smelling like boo-boo all day, that's your business. That's what I said. That's what I had said. I have no, you know.
Mr. Bennett, these jokers have been on my helmet ever since. You know that, right? They've been on my helmet ever since, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, this our sponsor for tonight, the butt plug of 1,000, $19.99. Get yours today.
Ladies and gentlemen,
you know what? Hey! How about what's his name? Timothy, the one you brought. But man, the white dude, the ex-gay.
That's pay-per-view right there.
No, well, you know he's not gonna hold back on the air.
At least hold on. At least it won't blow. Hey, Lee, there won't be any backlash towards us. We can't blame us for it.
No. Can you read this for me?
You talk about the one that flip flop.
Read that for me,
yeah. The flip flopper, yeah.
Read that for me.
That nigga trans twice.
Really?
Go ahead.
I would like to announce, JT. I would like to announce that I am now retailing the Hammer Testicle Test Cream on sale for $13.99. I prefer US dollar.
I thought that was David.
I know, that's the idea. That's the idea.
Hey, Freezy. Now, Freezy, can you read it in your voice, please?
Oh man.
Black David
has
the Hammer Testicle chest cream on sale, $13.99.
$13.99. No captivity with Freezy.
Hamster testicle chest cream.
Oh wow!
Hit that like button.
Freezy.
Now, Mandrill, I got one more thing, Mandrill, and I'm gonna let y'all go. Listen, Mandrill, I don't want you to get over there next Friday and end up like this, okay?
But no. Speaking of Bernard, I talked to him today.
What's up with my man?
Bernard and I we had a long conversation. I was talking to him, and he got Big Mike drop on three-way, and that's when I asked Big Mike drop. He said, "Oh hell yeah!" I said, "Oh fuck."
All right, so
never mind. I told Mike, said, "Never mind, Mike." Well, he said, exactly. What you do?
Mandrill, I know. I want to be Nostradamus for a minute. You're gonna go over there. Let me tell you what's gonna happen. I'm gonna somebody write this down for notes.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna go over there, and what they felt like over here, they're actually going to do it to y'all over there. But they're not gonna do it to you because you with the coalition. But anybody else is fair game. And I know. If I go over there, they may have to switch it over to the Patreon because it's not going to be fair to be over there. The reason they want a home game.
Wait. So you're pulling out. That's what you're doing?
Nigga. We're not going to have this conversation about pulling out of nothing.
Pulling out. Is that what you're doing? I'm just asking.
We are.
Listen. The first, I'm gonna tell you like this, Mandrill, because if you go see this, and to be a good NFL player, Mandrill, you have to watch tape. In order to be a good interviewer,
JC said he used duct tape on his.
You got to go. No. You got to go back and watch the two shows, brother. Everybody and their mama, 98% of the heterosexual men told you that they came in on a warpath.
Yeah.
And now you want to switch it over and go over to no man's land behind enemy lines and think they're going to have some respect for you?
That's why, because I'm not afraid of it. Why?
Hold on. They can mute you. They can drop you. Your point may not get across. You want to go over there?
Well, if they do all that,
hold on.
then
Wait, Black man, hold on.
Let me answer. If they do all that, they've automatically lost. They can't. You can't silence someone.
Or get control of your
hold on. You can't silence someone, but then at the same time, ask to not be silent. You know what I'm saying?
Real question. How you not afraid of them, but you're afraid of Africa?
He said, "Get control of your bitches."
Yeah, that's what I'm reacting to. That and the Africa thing.
But we'll talk. How you not afraid of them, but you're afraid of Africa?
Because you motherfuckers are crazy. Like really, real talk, Black David. You notice I don't pick fun at Africans. I don't joke about Africans. I know. Right. You guys, I leave Africans alone. You have your life. Cool. I won't bother you. I promise. I promise. I leave Africans alone.
Hey, as soon as they buck their eyes, you be like, "Hey, I'm sorry."
Right. No. They ain't got the buck. The thing is, if someone did something to make them buck their eyes and they look at me, it's a mistake because I ain't done shit to you. It wasn't me.
No, they're gonna start calling your name, Mandrell. They're gonna say, Mandrell. Don't do that, Mandrell.
If you're an African, I ain't done nothing to you at all. Live and let live with the Africans. You got it.
Man, gonna make it look like we're boogeyman. That's how you say.
But you know what?
You are,
Mandrell.
But
the disrespect has to stop because they talked about Hink and Head. They called JT Big Daddy.
Did they really?
What
the fuck?
Dog, if you look at the other one, they were sitting there in the comments. Let me tell you how disrespectful they was. You had some motherfuckers that was sitting there talking shit about me and Hink, and then you had these other motherfuckers talking about some JT and Hink is beautiful. Look at the beards on them. I was like, man, that was disrespectful too. I'd rather take the goddamn insults. Yeah. I didn't see it when I was on the show, but when I re-looked at that shit, I said, boy, they were lighting our ass up. It's too many of them. Yeah, it was too many of them. They gonna motherfuckers, dog. I'm telling you right now, it's entirely. And they out here talking about they oppressed. I just told you.
No, here's the thing.
50,000 goddamn followers. They ain't nowhere near oppressed. Oppressed ain't even in their dialect. It should never be in their dialect. There's no oppressed at all.
Here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying. Here's my thing. Here's what disappoints me.
You got glitter and
hold on. Here's what disappoints me. Is that you guys aren't even willing to try.
No.
Wow.
No. Let me tell you one of the reasons. Right. No, he's saying it right, man, because this is the thing. And I've always said it. There's nothing more dangerous than over excited over a man that leads with his emotions. There's nothing more dangerous than that. Now, when you got about 20,000 of them motherfuckers, dog, what you're not gonna win. You're gonna get muted. They're not gonna let you speak.
If there's 20,000 of them, there should be no reason to mute me.
But there will be a reason because they don't speak. Remember what we was talking about? You was like, we got to talk to them like women. No, we don't. Those are men. They're just dropouts. That's why they got so mad. That shit hit home, bro. And I wasn't.
They feminists, man.
I wasn't trying to be funny. I was really saying what I really felt based off of the subject that we were talking about. And that's why I said, motherfucking Black Man is a genius because he knew what the fuck he was doing. He said, all right, y'all get ready for this motherfucking question. Nobody expected to hear that shit. And he said, what is the definition of manhood? And I'm going to start with conscious.
But JT, what you said that day, what a logical TKO. There was no coming back for that one.
Well, they spent 2 days, but Black Man set the bitch up for the alley-oop. I looked, I said, God.
Yeah, you gave them the technical TKO for that they'll drop out.
Now, understand this also, bro. It wasn't to make a shot at them. It was a dose of reality. The question, and he posed it in a question. It was just a question. Answer this shit like an adult. They couldn't even answer it like an adult.
Mandrill, do you think they're feminists?
Girls. But that joke would have had a double meaning. It was a joke and a
how about this? Ronan, I see you on that bullshit show on Thursday. When does Cruise Season come on?
Wednesday.
Yeah. I see you on that bullshit show. How about you join us next Friday for this discussion?
Why you keep recruiting people over to booty duty, Mandrill?
I'm not. Ronan. Yeah,
I'm listening.
Yeah, Nate. You want to join me for this? You get to challenge them on their points of view.
No,
Mandrill, they not gonna put up with it.
I'm not gonna be available.
Mandrill, they want us to be censored, Mandrill.
I know, Ronan. I know you want to be able, and plus you're a Marine. I wasn't serious about asking you to come over there.
Mandrill.
No, you're a Marine. Y'all ain't got no sense.
Mandrill, they want to censor. They want to censor us. And what's going to happen is when you start challenging them, then all the broken ladies, that's all the women that's cuddled up with their chihuahuas gonna get angry. All the gay men gonna get angry. Then you're gonna have another show where people are just pissed off, cussing, embarrassing people, calling people out their names. It's gonna go left. I'm telling you, bro. Like brother to brother.
You gonna be the sacrifice lamb. Because guess what's gonna happen? And you're gonna hear this. Trust me. You do it. This is what you're gonna hear. And Mandrill ain't shit either because he didn't take up for us.
Yep.
Let me play this. Let me yell at you, Mandrill.
Hold on. First of all, like I say, you're a grown man. You can stand on your own too.
Yeah, but do you remember? Look, dog, I'm telling you right now, I remember all this shit. I done seen it. Black man didn't say nothing. He posed a question. The motherfucker sat back and tried to fuck black man over by saying it's only because of us why you got all these people over here tonight. And when black man said, well, what did I do to you? I know what he did. He posed a question. What is manhood?
Let me be honest here. Mandrill.
When black man did it, just like they think that we're talking about that they're not intelligent and all that. I think that they're very intelligent. I think these motherfuckers. Look, when we was on 5100, shout out to them. We gave them all the credit, bro. We told them, we was like, dog, these motherfuckers stick together. That's why I keep saying, no, that motherfucker got a lot of goddamn followers. A gang of motherfucking followers. Do you really want that crowd? No, because that's not your crowd. All you're going to have is a bunch of goddamn trollers. So that's not your crowd. We're letting them live. At the end of the day, I commend you on what you're doing. However, you brought it to us. Hey, bro, what you think we going to do? We ain't gonna sit back and be like, yeah, we got to talk to them like they women. Nope, we gonna tell them you are men. The only difference is that you dropped out of manhood. Where's the lie?
Let me tell you this, Mandrill.
That's not for me to answer. They have to answer that question.
No, you can answer.
No, I don't. I'm not of that community. How do I know?
Let me tell you this.
You an ambassador.
You ain't a damn astronaut, but you do understand that there's another goddamn galaxy somewhere.
But that's about all I know.
Okay, it's the same thing about them. You know.
Well, I don't know what makes it how they talk about manhood and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know any of that.
Listen,
Mandrill, you don't think it's gonna go left?
You is Mandrill.
So Mandrill, you don't think it's gonna go left Friday?
Yes, I do. I do think it's gonna go left.
Okay. So why would you? So my thing is, if you know that there's a cage full of tigers that then got out the circus bay. Why would you want to take us through the show and give us a tour?
Oh, I thought we were the tigers.
Excuse me?
I thought we were the tigers.
We are the tigers when we're in our own element.
I'm a tiger.
You can't put a tiger in an office building and expect them to hide.
Hyenas on tigers. It's two tigers with 15 hyenas. Who winning?
Exactly.
The tigers, actually.
No, the hyenas gonna whoop his ass.
He's gonna whoop that ass.
So, Major, I think they're feminists and they're all for the women's movement because we've heard several times that out of their mouths. Let's be honest, niggas ain't shit. Niggas ain't never been shit. Niggas ain't about shit. And so when you feel that way, that means you're on their side, the women's side. So that means you're feminist.
So we're not only fighting for women to wake up from the feminist movement, now we have also men who consider themselves a part of the feminist movement. And let me tell you something, brother. Look how hard it is for us to try to convert the women. What makes you think it's gonna be any easier to convert a man?
I ain't trying to convert nobody.
So what's the conversation about?
We're supposed to be challenging their ideology.
Let me be blunt here.
But when you Mandrell, but the sensitivity comes in because soon as I say, why do you have to? If you're meant to be this way, why do you change your voice? Because the other night JT pulled it out of you, and you went from to hey man, stop playing with me, bro.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
You should not have to change your voice. If God created you to be feminine and like a woman, He would have gave you titties. He would have gave you a pussy. And he would have but he didn't do that. And so the other night, that nigga came out. It came out of both of them. Both of them went from hey to hey man, stop playing with me, bro.
I'm telling you niggas right now, don't get it twisted.
Hey, because JT pissed him off so bad. He said, "Hey JT, chill out, bro. I was in jail with real niggas, nigga."
Hold on. Trey, you're in the chat. Let me answer Trey's question. Trey, no, I am not on trial tonight. Okay.
Ask Trey to go with you.
My official tribunal / crucible will be tomorrow night at 8:00 Central on the What We Know podcast with JT. That's when my official trial is going to be. I think 5100 podcast is going to be on the up there. They're going to be two of the judges. JT would be the main judge. You know what I'm saying?
JT, let me be a part of that.
Yes, sir. I'm
no. You're not. No. Hey, hold on. First of all, black man, you're my lawyer. You on the defense team, bro.
Man, listen, it's gonna be a hard defense. It's gonna be a hard defense for me.
You can't be a part of the prosecution.
Hey, black man. I was going to use my gas grill. I think I'm gonna go ahead and get some Kingsford.
JT, I'm over here. JT, I'm over here defending the ambassador and drum major of the fluffy draws community.
Here's the thing: Trey is going to be a member of the jury. Okay, the jury is going to be Trey, Poppy Blanco. Okay, Papa already said he's gonna watch that.
You may not want to go next Friday after this ass.
Said he's gonna watch it. Yeah, Papa already said he's gonna watch it. So,
but let me blunt it.
Blanco said, "Hey, look, dog." He was talking to both of them. He like, "Look, dog, what y'all trying to do?" I was like, "Man," he was like, "What's y'all goddamn angle?" You know how he talk, like he just goddamn.
I heard one of them. I heard one of them say, "I can't wait to see Mandrell on that elliptical."
No, you didn't. I don't even use the elliptical.
Mandrell, I didn't say the shit.
Yes, you did, motherfucker.
No, let me take them real quick.
Listen, you gonna give me? Y'all can give me? Look. Listen.
They call Black David. They call Black David the Rhino. I don't know what that means.
They did say that the Black Rhino. Hey, the Black Rhino. Aren't you endangered, Black David?
It was like
hold on. Listen. Let me
pause.
Listen. Let me speak. They can say what they want.
Pause.
On this platform. All I do know is this.
Right, Trey. Impartial.
In person, they got less than 30 seconds to live. That's what I'm just going to say. What I'm trying to say is, I'm being front.
I would like to see a fight between Conscious TV and Mandrell. Like an actual fist fight. If he whoop your ass, motherfucker, you better stay off YouTube for the rest of your life.
Oh, good luck. Why would you want to see that?
Let me tell you the real
He's gonna be like, "Go to sleep, baby." He gonna put your ass to sleep. Go to sleep.
He's gonna say, "Hey, let's go, nigga." He gonna say, "Pop, pop, pop, pop." Then as soon as he hit the floor, he gonna say, "Now, Mandrell, you know I like my fish wet and squirmy."
Oh Lord,
rockabye, baby.
Let me tell you something real quick.
10 inches, baby. Do you need to see it?
Hey. I'm trying to be sober here, all right?
Look at Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, turn his camera off.
You could be the joke.
Mr. Bennett, come back, Mr. Bennett.
let me be honest here. Man, Joe, you're my brother. I respect you for everything. But watching that show on Wednesday, listen to the response, listen to the ballot. I'm going to say two things. If you would have a face-to-face debate with logical.
Hey, so let me ask you a question, Freezy.
Yeah.
If you look down at your phone and one of those people sent you a dick pic, what would you do next?
Man.
This Freezy right here, this is what Freezy gonna do. In my mind, in my eyes, you always gonna be a bitch, nigga. You don't send me no dick pics.
Hey, man. Much love to y'all, man. I'm finna go lay it down. I gotta get up very early in the morning, bro. I love y'all, man. All love, baby. Hey, thank you, Freezy. Thank you, Freezy. Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Real talk. But real talk. Let me say this real quick. It was a very organized venue we put into place to have a logical and rational debate. They were not respectful at all. I see their responses. I see their body language, and I could tell, even though we would have multiple rounds, it was not worth it, because even though I was telling some of the people in the chat room why did you ignore it, don't waste your time with it, because one, 3D, you're an Israelite, right?
Yeah.
You both use the Bible, but if I would have mentioned Romans chapter 1, verse 18 to 32, you can't argue with a person with a debased mindset who are fixed on ideology. Just can't. You cannot read it with them. I understand what man Joe trying to do is very, very courageous, but the problem is the other side was highly ignorant with their response, and I caught on to it from day one, from the very start. All I'm saying that they have that honest discussion. They're the reason why they're being exiled from Black town hall meeting, because they know they cannot be logical, they cannot be respectful, and be tactful when it comes to their response. They had to have some little undercover punch. Me, being an African, they can call me all kind of names. Good. Just make sure don't come in my neighborhood, because everybody who know me, you try that with me, they call the priest, set your funeral date. Just know, when I'm done, less than 30 seconds, deuces. All that word thing, it doesn't work with me. I live in New York City. I have a reputation whereby I'm a quiet dude. You trigger me, you got a black demon chasing you. You jump in the car, I will chase you in the car.
Oh, we believe you. You're probably already in there. We just can't see you unless you open your eyes and smile.
That's an
I
old
believe
school
you
high
too.
school
I
joke.
believe
They
David
about me.
too.
They just call me Shadow in high school for a reason.
No doubt. We believe you.
They said it to me. The only thing you can see is my eye and my teeth. If I open my eye, I say, "What are you trying to say? You blended. You worse than a ninja. We can't see you."
There's so hey, freeze it. There are so many Southern jokes I just ran through my head right now, but I can't say.
Nah.
I'm a better person. I'm doing work on myself. I'm becoming trying to be, me.
And I respect you for that, brother, for real. But you gonna get this work tomorrow.
Man, you're my twin brother. I know how you're thinking. I know what you're trying to do. It's just that the other side would not be honest.
No, but that's not honest. But that's why I really want to have a conversation, because
look, if you want to be respectful, analyze the whole entire Wednesday show. Some of that comment was very, very disrespectful. I picked up on it, because when you go to a real debate, you got the pros, you got the cons. You get 2-3 minutes for your introduction. You got 5 minutes to speak your view, but you have to be respectful about it. No hidden tactic comment, no hidden tactic remark. What they were doing the whole time was trying to be slick with it. That's how I knew that they weren't honest people, and I get that.
Yeah.
So if you want to have an honest conversation with them going back and forth, there's a chance they do derail it.
So Trey,
you guys. But here's what it is.
So Trey, tomorrow night is my official crucible.
Trey said he want to be a judge, man.
You cannot be a judge, Trey. You can be in the jury. You cannot. If Trey is a judge, I'm already guilty. End of story.
That nigga's guilty.
Right. If Trey is a judge, the only thing that's showing up for tomorrow is sentencing. That's it.
No, Trey want to be the court officer. When you say you're guilty, he can put a clip on you. Say, hey, you gotta go to the slammer, my brother. He'll escort you out.
Trey ain't gonna say that. He's just gonna look at me and smile. That's it. Trey ain't gonna say shit to me. If he's a bailiff, The transparent, he ain't gonna say shit. He's gonna look at me and smile.
I can
They
see
gonna,
him.
they gonna be on that treadmill laughing at your ass. And you going to jail, nigga. You going to jail now.
Yeah, you can get plenty
See
of
what
your
Trey
friends.
did
In
there?
there. He was like, yeah,
He was
you
like,
can get plenty of your friends.
I'm
In
not
there.
being partial, and he did your
I'm
cafe.
being partial. I'm probably right. Look at Trey.
Guilty.
I'm gonna bet that JT had your face over there on his channel waiting for you to call you guilty. He'll play you saying you're calling yourself guilty.
Here's the thing, though. I thought it was gonna be last weekend. I thought it was supposed to be last weekend.
Yeah,
and I wish it was because nobody would have known about it. But now, yeah, nobody would have known about it. It has just been me and JT. Right? I can go ahead. I can go with JT. Right now.
Yeah, I would have been there.
Yeah, Freeze. I can handle Freeze. I ain't worried about it. But Freezer was there for both nights, so Freezer would have been cool. I ain't had to worry about Freezer.
I got to give a shout out to Tez and CJ. They did. If you was on the show, and I wish you we overlapped because they were supposed they did the show a little bit earlier, but when they did, we kind of like overlapped. So I know because we had the barbershop was not last week, was it, or was it a week before? I can't remember, but you was on the other show. That's why I said, now I want to get it again because I want you to actually have your say on it when we actually talk. But I got more. I didn't even let all the things that, that we could discuss off of it. You know what I'm saying? Because when I thought about it, like I told you earlier, I was like, nah, I really want to have a conversation because nobody is really, really talking about it but we have to be able to voice how we feel. And trust me, bro, I get they got a plight, no doubt. And you got to understand too, mostly on our platform, we didn't have nothing against that, whatever they was going through. But you got to remember too, as black men and heterosexual black men, we got a lot of shit going on against us. And guess what we do? We fight. We can't be victims. We gotta fight, and then we die. Shit, I don't know.
That's a good point.
That's what we do. At the end of the day, we have a difference in ideology with the two. I'm saying they gotta be more respectful. Man, I'm telling you right now, until I die, I will not die. I might get fucking dementia or something. But
I'll be honest.
I'm gonna make jokes of everybody. I don't give a damn what it is. If you skinny, you fat, black, white, I don't care. I make jokes. That's what it is. I'm always like that. But when we get people that get too goddamn sensitive, when you can't say nothing to them, all right, let's have a conversation then. And I swear to God, I'm not gonna edit myself off of it because I'm not a person with militia. I do not have a where I want to hurt somebody. I don't. And sometimes, look, I'm one of those dudes where sometimes I can't just tell you the full 100% truth because I know that you ain't in that space. I'm aware of people. You dig what I'm saying? You ever had somebody that came in your vicinity, they get to talking, you really don't want to talk to their ass, but you just were like, well, fuck it, you grit your teeth and then you just go smile and then you just, because they might need that. Guess what? Them motherfuckers walk away. You made their day because you sat there and had a conversation with them. And initially, you did not want to have that fucking conversation with them. Now, if you was being honest, you could have caused that person to delete themselves. You know what I'm saying? Just because of how you trying to be honest. Sometimes you can use honesty as a dagger. So we have to be more aware of our surroundings. They don't know that about me, and they didn't give a fuck about if that's the type of person I am. That's why I came at them the way that I did. At the end of the day, this shit is way more serious than people give it credit for being.
Mm-hmm.
And I know. But JT,
they had talked about Kevin when he was on the show a few months ago. But one thing I can say,
yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Yeah.
One thing I can say about Kevin, he didn't play the victim though. You know, like you can't have a healthy conversation when, like, I'm gonna just use a woman for example. Like, I can't have a healthy conversation with my wife if she's too busy playing the victim. The conversation is not going to be constructive. You understand what I'm saying? That's why when they was asking the panel what did we think masculinity meant, I kind of did throw a jab when I said, well, to me, masculinity is a panel full of men that's not playing a victim. This is how we have conversation. But I really was serious at the same time, because how can you move forward when the other party is too busy playing the victim? And it seemed like we can only bridge the gap if we understood their plight. Like, that was the only way we could bridge the gap. And that's when I started seeing the one-sidedness in the whole conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, bruh, you're not a fucking victim.
And at the end of the day, this is what it comes down to. When it comes down to women, we don't see their side all the goddamn time.
Right? Exactly. Yeah.
The only thing that gets us to a point where we say, well, you know what? We got to stop all the goddamn shit. We got to see your side. It's because we want to have sex with them constantly. That's it. We ain't got no interest with y'all ass.
I don't know about you. I don't know about you, JT, but I can't agree to that. I try to understand my lady simply because I love her and I want to be happy.
See, that's the thing.
That's me.
At the end of the day, you still want to be. Look, man, we can't look at sex like it ain't an intricate part of relationships.
It is, no doubt.
It's relations, right? So that's your woman. You want to be exclusive with her, right?
Yep.
Right.
And you want to be, and you want to continuously be exclusive with her. The only way you can do that is to find a middle ground with her, right? By having relationships. I'm saying in general, men, this is the reason why
and you said in general, that's what it is.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, let me add it to the conversation.
If we ain't got nothing that we trying to get from them, why would we even want to have the conversation with them? Right? I can tell you why. The reason being is because there are children. There's a younger generation.
That's what I was saying. Exactly.
My question. Well, we'll get into this tomorrow. I was about to say, what do the children have to do with it?
We'll talk about it.
That's going to be my question about.
We got to table that. We got to table that one.
So hold on. Now, Trey and everybody else, whoever's left in the chat, you see what's already kicked off here. So you know what this conversation is about to be like tomorrow.
Well, we know gonna be lit.
It's gonna be lit. Y'all better tune up, man.
Let me add this into context. JT and 3D, when they asked about the African community, I knew I sensed a level of fear from when they asked me that. And I explained to them why. Okay, here's a funny joke about it. You have Oshedu Jackson in Uganda. He did a podcast with the Uganda podcast crew. Hey, for a guy from the West Coast living out there, he broke it down how bad it is over there in Uganda. He said they have their own little gay people in there in the community, but don't say nothing about it. Because he's not trying to force on anybody else. He's not trying to overdo it. But he said when you come from the US or from the UK and you come over there, it works for you guys. He said in Uganda alone, those who are born and raised there, they're not gonna put blame on anything. They're not gonna say anything. But if you're coming from outside the country and you pushing it, there is a severe level of problem coming to you. It's that bad. And when I was trying to
explain Black David, I remember seeing this, and this I've never forgotten it. Black David, why are you gay? Like, what kind of question is that? He's like, why are you?
Wait, Mandro, I saw that question being asked several times from elderly African leaders. And where they say it, with the facial expression they have, you have to look in their eye to see the level of visceral they had in their eye. Because I'm telling you, people think I'm just joking around.
Why are you?
I'm being real with you guys. Certain African countries have no tolerance.
It was one of those, Black David. It was one of those where they have no tolerance for it, for homosexuality.
It is scary. Imagine a 13-year-old kid watching a mob over almost 100 people chasing one guy. where they found out he part of that particular coup. You know how scary they see a mob, an angry mob, as they're running, it got bigger and bigger in less than 30 seconds.
I tell you what it kept me in, goddamn. Black David, I tell you what it kept me in just in motherfucking check, being over there in one of those countries over in Africa. Seeing a motherfucker with a tire over here and burning.
Yes. That happens a lot.
Shit right there is scary than a motherfucker.
Hey, hold on, JT. You want to know what's worse than that?
What's the tar?
Smelling it.
No, that's what it would have had me in check. Man, you've been deployed. You smelled it already. I smelled it. I smelled it.
I'm talking about a person inside wrapped up in the tires and they set him ablaze. Smelling it.
Then the flesh of a human, that is horrific.
It's horrible. When I hear people, horrible smell.
Yes, horrible. And when I hear people talk about the things that in their countries, especially in certain countries in Africa, I've heard a lot of older people talk about these things. And one of the things that really is just into them, that's really ingrained in them, is the smell. They always talk about the smell.
It will haunt you.
It will haunt the shit out of you. They talk about the smell. It was the same thing when I was over there in Kuwait and we were burning shit. I didn't want to do it no more. I was on a fucking detail to do that shit. Man, it's 115 fucking degrees out here, and I'm out here with that goddamn diesel and whatever else they put in that shit, and we stirring up this shit. It was shit. You had other people that was in other cities that was burning bodies. Now imagine how that smell just from 10 miles away, 5 miles away. So when we talk about that, when I hear David saying that, dog, that shit would have had me in check, dog. I would jaywalked or whatever the fuck them rules is. I would have been a motherfucker that's like, look, I'm gonna stay within the perimeters and I'm getting my ass out of here and going to somebody's university in the United States.
But JT, it's one thing to have the smell. I'm being honest with you. One thing to get the smell. To watch these people's eyes when they have what they consider taboo in their community, they don't want to see at all.
Yep.
If you see the look in their eye, that put a level of fear. I'm talking about fear. They were going to the embassy asking for asylum to leave the country and drove quickly because of the fear. Because they know those people don't care. They're not waiting for the police, and the police cannot stop them.
How?
That's the scary part.
Yeah, how you do that?
In certain communities, in Africa,
first of all, the police in Africa do not care. They don't care.
That's more paperwork. We ain't going over there.
They don't care. Yeah. The police in Africa do not care,
and that's facts.
All these
they don't care. In fact, JT, depending on what it is, the cops might help the assailant.
Yes,
bingo.
Depending on what it is,
yes.
Bingo. If the cops might help the criminal. Listen, it is
not a joke.
It's not a game over there, man. It is no joke. Now you see why he said about Africa. Like, y'all got it. Y'all can have it. No,
we think politics over here.
I've seen.
Shit, the politics over there, boy, you come up missing and ain't nobody gonna find you.
No, not at all.
Missing? It's even worse. Forget you being missing. Talk about your whole entire family and your relatives be missing.
We taking your whole lineage out.
If you're the opposition against a particular party, you better leave that country quick before they know where you live.
There's only 50 countries in Africa.
All right, fellas, I'm ready to get up out of here.
I'm about to go to sleep, man.
Let's end this show. It's a great show. I know we let everything out. I'm glad you guys came out there. Freedy did an excellent job.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
I'll be your audience. I'll root for you, but
like I said, it's a tribunal, man.
To everybody listening that's still viewing, I did a video on Sean Kemp. He just got arrested about a day or so ago. Y'all check it out, man. Sean Kemp done went crazy again. So.
Where at? Let them know where.
It's on my channel. No Captivity with Freeze. I did a video on Sean Kemp.
Y'all need to go check that dude shit out. You got a lot of goddamn content, bro. No Captivity with Freezy, man. Y'all need to go check out his shit. The shit funny in a motherfucker. When I tell you, Freezy be doing his thug thizzle on that motherfucking shit. If you're on AC, the shit he did on Charleston White, I have not seen anybody do a motherfucking commentary on Charleston White like Freezy did. That shit. 2 of them. What was it? 2 or 3 of them that you did?
It did 2.
All of them funny than a motherfucker, bro. Funny than a motherfucker. I said, goddamn, Freezy, you got shit. I gotta take.
Hey, JT, you seen the one I did on the Ghetto Boys?
Yeah. I haven't released mine because I ain't finished the editing. That was dope. Okay. That was another funny one that you did. That shit was funny as hell. That was the one when
he called me on the phone about that one.
Yeah, buddy, that shit was out cold. If y'all get a chance, y'all go over there to my man Freezy. No Captivity with Freezy, bro. I'm telling you, this nigga got some fire over there. Most definitely.
And y'all check out What We Know podcast as well, especially tomorrow night. It's gonna be lit tomorrow night. You got the time already, JT?
Yes, sir. We're gonna be doing it 8. It's gonna be 8 Central. It's gonna be Eastern. It's gonna be 9. So if you're on the East part, it's gonna be 9. It's gonna be Central 8 o'clock Central. So if you right there on that border, that Mason-Dixie line right there, it's gonna be at 8. If you on the other side of it, it's gonna be at 9. So we're gonna be over there.
And you support Mandrell, go down, support Mandrell, and defend him. If not,
yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're gonna have, man. Look, when we had conversation, man, we had a conversation. It's real conversation. Mandrell's my brother, and we gonna get it in, man. We actually Freezy, my homie, goddamn Black David, all of us, man. We definitely gonna be over there, and we gonna be chopping it up. So definitely catch us out over there.
Yeah, man.
And listen, every Wednesday, y'all got to check out my boy Mandrell, Unapologetic with Shoo. Every Wednesday, man, 8:30. Is that 8:30 Eastern? I think it's 8:30 Eastern. Yeah.
Central.
No, Central. It's 8:30 Central.
Okay, 9:30 Eastern. Yeah, y'all see Mandrell doing big things out here. We just had a whole 2-hour conversation about drillers. Y'all know you're doing big things.
Got his ass in trouble right now.
on that note, guys, good night. Be safe.
Appreciate you, David.
Most definitely. All right.